All right, so I think, yeah, it's working. I see it's sending all the data to our channel, so yes, should work. Um,
Looks good.
okay, I think it's working. Yeah, I saw the cams go out for like a second, but right now I see it all good. Yes.
Okay, and what about the sound? I mean, you probably...
You can ask chat. Can you hear us, chat? Hello, hello. Can you all hear us good? Yes. All right.
Yes,
Welcome everyone
perfect.
to round 4 of the Botas Chess Camp. We are your commentators for today. My name is Phoebe, and maybe you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Olivier, and I'm also known as the Chess Cook on Twitch, and I'm also going to help commentate this game today.
Yes, really exciting. We have an exciting match today from Nemo versus Dina.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very tough match. Both players are rated about 2200, and it's going to be a very heated up match. I'm very excited to
Yeah, very
commentate.
excited. Yeah, me too. All right, we saw a handshake, so the first move should be coming in soon.
Okay, the game started. We see the board, but no cams.
Oh,
Okay.
maybe if you put Discord to the front, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to fix it. Just give me a sec. Okay, that should be good now. Sorry. Perfect.
Oh yeah, I think they're coming back. Yes. All right.
All right, so
Yes.
what do we
All
have?
right. All right. Awesome. So I think we missed a few moves, but that's okay. I
Yeah, I'm
think we
going to
saw
go back,
a.
maybe.
Yeah,
Just
maybe go back from the beginning and we'll just go through the moves.
so Dina started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. This is very common opening. Nimzo Indian defense. e3. So all of this is quite theoretical and very common at this level.
Yeah.
Castling, bishop d3. They blitz the move like nothing new.
Yeah, they're playing fast in the opening.
d5. And here Dina is taking a small break and just started to think.
Yeah. Yeah, we were already saying that we think Dina's gonna play a d4, c4, right? So our prediction was good.
Yeah.
So what are some moves for Dina here? I see NJ recommends knight f3, but maybe there are some other candidate moves too.
I think there are many moves here possible for white. Like white could ask directly a question to the bishop on b4 with a3 and ask Nemo if she wants to commit to give the bishop pair, which is playable, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in the Nimso you kind of have to say goodbye to your dark square bishop, right? So after e3, but mostly like you see that Nemo will trade on c3.
Exactly. And yeah, what else do we have? She could also keep on developing with knight a3, as you said.
Yeah, I
Since
think
d takes c4
I
is
saw
not
her.
great.
Yeah, I saw her once play knight e2 to maybe take back with the knight on d3. Could be maybe option 2. Um, But yeah, it depends on what she does. She has quite some options.
Yeah, so far she has many options possible, but I think Dina is right. Like she's starting to think, because definitely it's not like yet a critical move, but it will definitely influence the course of the game. So I think she's right to already start to think and to tank.
Yeah, I think so too. Just gonna we have to have maybe a mic check because I think some people are not hearing you and me very weird. You can just again check. Um,
Okay,
can you guys hear Olivier, or is the mic not working?
wait, let me just display the chat. One sec. Okay.
Okay, so they can hear you good,
Yeah.
but me only in the right channel. But I don't know, my mic is weird. Okay, maybe we can put your mic a bit up.
Okay. My mic.
Yeah, a bit louder.
Okay, and now can you hear me well?
I think it should be better now. Yeah, better. Okay.
Okay,
They say it's
good.
better.
And they can hear you well, right?
Yeah, they just said that my mic is coming only like through one ear. But I think we cannot really change my mic because we're calling via Discord.
Yeah.
And my yeah, I don't think we can change a lot for my mic.
All right, Dina is. You think it's good? We can continue, or we should try to fix it? Is
No, I think we can just continue. I don't
okay.
think we can.
Cool. So look at what
Yeah, this is.
happened in the meantime. Dina
Oh,
asked the
okay.
bishop the question, and indeed Nemo took. So what do you think that it implies for the following of the game?
So Dina took with the b pawn, right? So
Yeah.
she can maybe at some point take on d5 and then go for maybe for c4 to try and get the center. So now they traded, and Dina took with the bishop. So maybe she can bring the bishop back and then go for c4 and try to get a big center.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Nemo is challenging the center right away.
Exactly,
with c5.
that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, Nemo needs definitely to play dynamically because she's down the bishop pair, so she needs to be dynamic and also maybe take advantage. Like c5 is also a move to take advantage of the c3 pawn, which could be a weakness later, and maybe queen
Yeah,
a5
exactly.
can come with tempo. To attack the c3 pawn. Usually you trade the dark square bishop and maybe try to apply pressure on the c3 pawn.
Yeah, agreed. And Dina played knight e2, so I don't think she wants to take on c5. That would be a waste of her center.
Exactly, yeah. And also, like, I don't know if you expected knight e2. Knight e2 is a very, very flexible move instead of knight a3. Maybe later on she wants to go with f3 and e4 to expand her center, I think.
Yeah. Maybe we can check the title and the layout for a second.
Yeah.
On your end. Yes. No worries.
What's happening? I don't have the chat right now.
I think just a tiny grammar error, but that's fine.
Okay.
You can just quickly adjust it, and then it's all right.
Okay, all good.
All right, we gotta move queen c7.
Okay, queen c7, the top engine move, actually, and it's a very flexible move as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder what Nemo's plan is with queen c7, but the queen just looks very active on c7.
Yeah, also she was definitely threatening c takes d4 and the bishop was hanging. So Dina played a very quick move, bishop d3, simple, playing back the bishop on the very threatening diagonal, which points at the king. It can't be a bad move. And of course, Nemo will probably never play c4 here because it would completely cancel the pressure on the pawn chain of white, which has a lot of space.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's not afraid of c4, of course. Like bishop d3, she could just go bishop d2 and expand on the king side. So no issues with that. Probably Nemo will go with knight c6. Next.
Yeah, just developing the pieces.
Yeah. So far, nothing new. I think Nemo will try to play against the dark square bishop, which is right now a very bad piece. And maybe Dina later will have plans of playing a4, bishop a3 to develop that piece. But right now, I think her objective is to just castle and see what Nemo is up next.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just castle and find a way to develop the dark square bishop. I think they both just gonna, in the next few moves, develop other pieces. Do you play the Queen's Gambit yourself with the white pieces?
Yeah, I don't play the Queen's Gambit myself. I know the theory, but I never played. What about you, Phoebe?
No, I want to play it, but I'm more of an e4 player myself. But it's a very good opening and definitely something I would love to play in the future. Just looking at some candidate moves for Nemo with knight c6. Maybe the bishop develops, but wouldn't know where the light square bishop is gonna go because it doesn't have many squares.
Yeah, she could have a plan of developing bishop d7, bishop c6, but it would be, I think, slightly awkward because it would take the spot of the knight. And here in this kind of setups, I think Nemo just wants to develop her knight to knight c6, and maybe later on, because this bishop is also a bad piece, so she probably maybe wants to do a pawn chain like with b6, bishop b7, or bishop a6 to trade, because here white's good piece is definitely the masterpiece is definitely the bishop on d3. So maybe actually she's considering b6, which is also a move, to trade the bishop. And here it's not so easy for white to avoid the bishop trade, because if if white wants to avoid the bishop trade, maybe bishop c2, but then the long diagonal is a bit could be annoying. So actually b6 is also a very good move to trade right away the light square's bishop.
Yeah, I was thinking the same with b6. It's very flexible to either go for bishop a6 or to b7, and the bishop is quite strong on the b7 diagonal, I feel like. So b6 is quite a logical move.
Yeah. There is also another move recommended by the engine, but it makes sense. It's also like e5 makes sense, like fighting in the center, opening the bishop, and ready to develop the bishop also for the light squares. But it's a more, definitely I would say, a more complex move because there are many other implications and things to calculate with e5. So I would be very surprised if Nemo would go with e5 here, even though like
Exactly.
it's not a crazy move, but it's definitely more complex and requires more calculation, I think. Which she
Yeah, I mean, it
might be
does make
looking at.
sense to develop the light square bishop with e5, but it takes some calculation. I mean, Nemo is thinking already for some time, so maybe she is thinking about e5.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't be so
Yeah.
surprised. Okay, what else could she think about? I think these are the three candidate moves: b6, knight c6, e5, maybe rook d8, but I don't think so. It's a bit too early. And she probably wants to prioritize the development of the queen side.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Maybe we can look at some moves for Dina where pieces might want to go in the future. So maybe castle soon. I don't know if f3 and e4 could be a plan to get the c1 bishop.
Yeah, definitely. It would be interesting, but I think maybe too early. But after castling, it would definitely be Dina's plan to play for an advantage, I think. That's why knight e2, I'm pretty sure she's intending to expand on the king side.
I think so too, yeah. Yeah, because she has to find a way to get her bishop out at some point. Also to, at some point, to connect the rooks. So we'll have to see how she's gonna do this.
Yeah. Nemo is taking the first long think of the game and she plays for b6. She
b6,
just moved.
alright.
Yeah. I think she's intending to play bishop a6 and trade the light square bishop. So that would remove the bishop pair for Dina, or at least have a tough choice of playing bishop c2, but then the light square bishop of black is very active, and yeah, that comes with counterparts.
Yeah.
What do you think, Phoebe? How Dina is going to react?
I think maybe just a castle.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not sure if she has to be scared of the a6 bishop if she wants to trade. I think she can just go with development.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I thought too. And that's what she did. She just played castling. And if bishop a6, I think she can also trade. That's fine.
Yeah, and then Nemo has a knight on a6, which might need a few moves to get back into the game.
Exactly, yeah. The knight will probably have to reroute through c7 since b4 is not a square, or even c5 that will happen anytime soon. For instance, bishop a6, bishop takes a6, knight a6. The knight will never land on these two squares, so it will probably have to reroute through c7, and there is the queen there, so it will take a lot of time to put that knight into the game. While
exactly, yeah.
Dina can play for f3, d4, f3 and d4, and it will take a long. It will be a good plan also to play for the bishop c1 bishop.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think I've also seen Dina play this before with f3. I'm not sure if chat agrees. I think We have seen this before in Dina's tournament, right, guys? I
Mm-hmm.
think maybe if you guys remember, Dina played before something with f3 and e4, so might be a plan she plays more often. But maybe besides bishop a6, what do you think are some more moves for Nemo that we might expect?
I think knight c6 is also an option,
Mm-hmm.
but now she played b6. I think she is really intending to get rid of. I mean, she can also play bishop b7, I guess.
Yeah.
Bishop b7 is definitely a move. Um, I think she will probably intend to develop either the knight or the bishop. What else could she play? Maybe e5 is still on the table. But now that she
Mm-hmm.
played b6, it would be a little bit weird because she committed to kind of open her light square bishop on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I think after b6, e5 is maybe not super likely.
What else do we have? I think she could also
Um,
play c takes d4. That's also
mm-hmm.
like possible. Dina would probably play c takes d4, and because now, yeah, no, it's also a playable move to resolve the tension in the center, just to make things
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, I was just wondering if she takes on d4, she might be helping Dina because um, Dina would get a center. She could take with the e pawn or with the c pawn, and with the e pawn, her dark square bishop would be out, and with the c pawn, she would have quite a center maybe.
Exactly. The only thing is, yeah, if she, yeah, that's true. I'm just, yeah, no, probably that's better for Dina, you're right. But I think it's also fine, like the engine also says it's completely fine to
Yeah,
play c takes
should be
d4.
still fine. Yeah.
Because the only thing is, if you don't resolve the tension with c takes d4, white could play at some point, not right away, and we see bishop b7 from Nemo.
Oh, bishop b7. All right.
So
So
she,
she doesn't want to trade bishop, but I
exactly.
think her bishop looks strong
I think it's
on this
very interesting
diagonal.
her choice because it's definitely not the most the top choice of the engine, but it doesn't matter here. I think what Nemo is saying with this move is we are going to play a game in which we fight because I don't want to trade pieces, even though maybe it's better to take away the bishop pair. She's just
Mm-hmm.
declaring war with this move. We are going to fight. That's what I understand.
Well, that makes for a very exciting game, so I think that will be very fun to watch.
That's how I see this move. And she goes away and goes away from the chessboard and let Dina takes a deep think about this move.
Exactly. Yeah. Um, let's see what Dina maybe could do.
Yeah,
Maybe the f3 plan, trying to get her dark square bishop out.
exactly. So
Um,
the other
yeah.
idea behind bishop b7, I don't know if you noticed, but is that she's putting a bit more pressure on the e4 square. So maybe
Mhm.
she could have a plan of jumping with the knight here and occupy the e4 square. Dina says no, not in my name, and plays knight g3, which also like prevents any bishop or knight to take place on e4 and either trade or put some pressure on the c3 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought this f3 plan was very interesting because it doesn't only threaten to go e4 and free up the dark square bishop, it also kind of makes the b7 bishop just a bit worse because we're putting a pawn on the squares there it's looking at. But Dina went for knight g3, so just making her knight more active, which is also very important.
Exactly, yeah. And she still keeps the f3 e4 plan on, so it's still on the table. I think she's keeping this plan, and that's why she probably not has not played a4 yet. Also because I think the bishop on c1, she still has to decide whether she's going to deploy it to the queen side or to the king side with f3 e4. That would open up the diagonal c1 to h6. So leaving as many options as possible is always a good idea at chess, I feel like, because you're trying to let your opponent guess what's your next move and what's your plan. And it's always good to
Exactly.
keep things mysterious.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's good to stay flexible. But Dina is playing quite quick. I feel like Nemo's taking a bit more time, and Dina is just kind of having her response ready like all the time. So maybe Dina's still in preparation.
Yeah, she's definitely putting some early time pressure on Nemo. Like Dina is still up 1 hour to 29 minutes, and Nemo is already down 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Exactly.
and she played without hesitation knight g3 because f3 was also possible to prevent anything from happening on the e4 square. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe for Nemo, we see knight c6. I mean, it's her only minor piece that isn't developed, so maybe knight c6 or knight d7 even.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting game. Knight c6, yeah, probably knight c6. But white, I would say white probably not is better, but it's much easier to play with white already. White has a good space advantage in the center. The bishop pair, I mean, it's hard to say the bishop pair because the bishop on c1 is not a bishop right now, but but it's much easier to play for white.
Yeah, the bishop on c1 is it's now not great, but it's easy. It will be easier to develop it at some point. So it has a bright future.
Yeah. What are the advantages on the Nemo's side? I think right now the a3 pawn is a bit a3 and c3. The pawn structure is a bit better for Nemo. Yeah, that's about it. And the bishop c1 is not very active. Nemo needs to play actively, I feel like, to keep up with the game. And that's probably why also she's taking a deep think, because she knows that I feel like, like the engine is always saying these positions where you give up your dark square bishop are okay, and the engine like says it's fine, you can give it up. But at the end of the day, it's I feel like practically it's always harder to play. Don't you think?
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think it's also fair that Nemo is taking some time. If I don't know if she is in preparation, or maybe she is, but if she's not, I think you want to try to make normal moves in the opening and not right away blunder something. And Nemo has also had a very long break in between her last classical game. I think it's very justified she's taking some time here in the opening too.
Yeah. All right. Nemo is taking some early time to think. I think she's right to do so because I think it's already like not critical, but it's going to be a tough game, a very hard game if she doesn't play accurately and precisely now.
Yeah, I think this is a very important game for both of them because they're all so close in rating to each other. So
Right.
I think they both really wanna win this game.
Also, you're right.
So which openings do you play personally?
Personally, I play 1e4 because I like a lot sharp games and very tactical games.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but sometimes I could play d4 just to surprise my opponents. I love the job of Alondan. It's so simple and yet so complex.
Yeah,
And on
I
the
get that.
black side, I play King's Indian and Caro-Kann.
Very solid choices.
Yeah, what about you, Phoebe?
Oh, wait. I think we just have a move and the e-file board
You're
went a
right.
little bit crazy. It's suddenly +1 for Dina.
Yeah,
Nemo went for e5. So, sorry to to change the topic like this again. But that was a crazy e-file all of the sudden. But e5, that is, I wonder why the e-file gives +1 for Dina right now.
yeah, it's not so clear, to be honest. It's not very like for tactical reasons, I believe, but the engine says e4. Okay.
e4, okay. And what if
Rook c1. Yeah,
takes?
it's very not clear. So it's probably takes, 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 bishop b2. Okay, actually it makes sense because actually it makes sense. Like black is with a weakness on d4, isolated d pawn, bishop pair, and now she found a way to develop. But
Mm-hmm.
okay,
So what does Dina have after she plays for
the variation we just saw.
e4?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
she
like what
ends
are
up
her?
with the bishop eyeing on d4. So she's applying pressure on d4. It's like a small advantage for white. The
Mm-hmm.
difference is between black's pawn and white's pawn. White's pawn is connected to the island on the right, so it can always be defended with f3 at some point, and it's not a weakness, while the d4 pawn on Nemo's side would be definitely a target, and is also blockaded by the light square bishop of Dina's. So
Mm-hmm.
it would definitely
Yeah,
be easier to play for white, and white could at some point get the d4 pawn and then be a pawn up. That's
yeah,
probably why.
that sounds really nice. I wonder whether Dina's gonna see this as e4 gonna give her an advantage. Maybe there are some other moves that Dina might look at too. Could d takes e5 be a move, or does that just help Nemo get the queen active maybe?
Yeah, so d takes c5. If we go back to the board, d takes e5 could be a move. It's also like a good move. I think why? Because, okay, sure, you're helping the queen to develop, but I think she would be kind of misplaced in the middle of the battlefield. And even
Mm-hmm.
though Dina ends up with the c3 pawn being attacked after d takes e5, I think it's still good for black. For white, sorry. For white.
Yeah.
Probably,
All right.
yeah. I think
That makes sense.
the issue with e5, I think it's a little bit too aggressive maybe because she hasn't finished her development yet and she's already fighting maybe too much in the center. And usually
Mm.
also conceptually, if you think about it, Dina has the bishop pair, so she has the interest of opening up the position. And right
Mm-hmm.
now, Nemo is firing up the position, but actually, it's in the bishop pair's advantage. So actually, if you think about it, it may be in Dina's favor, this move.
Yeah, exactly. Like principally opening that position might not be in Nemo's favor right now, right? Because Dina has the bishop pair. So yeah, principally e5 didn't make maybe a lot of sense. But that's only if Dina finds the right move. And she played bishop b2,
Bishop b2, a
which
very
is
solid move.
also a good move, developing the bishop, maybe hoping to go for c4, maybe trying to open this b2 diagonal.
Yep. My only yeah thing about bishop b2 is that the bishop is not certainly going to. I mean, it's behind the chain, so it's a little bit. But you know what? I kind of like it because Dina is playing for development. She developed all of her pieces. Nemo still has two pieces on the back rank. I mean, including the rook, but the rook is not really going to develop soon. But yeah, I prefer so far Dina's position. It's also easier to play with the bishop pair. And long
Yeah,
term, she's applying pressure on the g7 pawn of black. She has the two bishops
exactly.
pointing at black's king.
Yeah, if she can free up the diagonal for the dark square bishop, she's gonna have two monster bishops that are gonna be scary for black's position because they're just pointing at the king, looking to attack. So if Dina manages to open up the diagonal in a position, I think she can create a really nice attack there.
Exactly, yeah. I feel like from the way you said it, you already experienced these two bishops in a game, and you didn't enjoy. You didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, I had this definitely had this against me a couple times. That's I just allowed my opponent to get their pieces on the right squares and open up their bishops, and they were just attacking me, and there was nothing I could do to stop. So if this works for Dina, if she's able to do this, it's gonna be super strong.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's really hard to play for black actually. This kind of positions is hard because you need somewhat to fight back, but black has less space, and we know that less space is always hard to play. Um, and yeah, she either has to prioritize development with knight c6, or she can go for more aggressive stuff like e4. E4 is also very
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, I was looking at e4 too, because she is maybe overextending her e pawn. Could be a weakness, but I think right now it could just also restrict white's bishop on d3.
Yeah, actually, if she plays e4, it's not so easy. It's a hard move, I think, to make, but I think she can definitely find it. But let's say e4, bishop c2, maybe I will just play the variation bishop c2. And even it's not easy to protect this pawn, but it grabs a lot of space. It prevents whites from expanding on the king side. And let's say even you develop with knight b d7, queen b1, trying to attack this pawn. Actually, you always have rook e8, and this pawn is perfectly defended. So actually, it would be almost in black's favor. So actually, it would be a very good move e4 if you can find it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very interesting. E4.
Because I think the issue with bishop b2, the main issue why the engine also doesn't like it too much, I think it's because of e4. If she were to play e4 herself just before, she wouldn't have allowed her opponent Nemo to play e4. So now Nemo can play e4. Actually, there is a lot of implications around this move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe this was kind of the moment for Dina to play e4, and now that she didn't, we kind of left the door open for Nemo to play e4.
Exactly, but still, it's a very hard move to make for white. I personally I wouldn't play it in a game because you're just blocking your light square bishop. It's a bit counterintuitive at
Exactly.
first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a bit counterintuitive. Yeah, I agree.
But now that we know that actually it's in black's favor to push e4, how do you prevent e4? F3 was a move, or e4 itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And besides e4 for Nemo, maybe just knight c6 is just a simple developing move, right? It's also totally fine.
Yeah.
I think if she doesn't see e4, then maybe we'll see a knight to c6 just developing.
All right, so far the battle is pretty much balanced. I don't expect some crazy advantage in the opening from one part or another. What do you think, Phoebe?
No. No, I think for the most part of the game we'll see quite a balanced game because they're both very strong players, and I think we'll see really a neck to neck game. So I think we'll see a lot of equal equal parts in the game, and only maybe towards the end game we'll see a bit more unbalances.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I think it will be pretty balanced in the opening, and we'll see in the middle game what happens. I'm very excited about this game, to be honest. Like, look at these two bishops from Dina and this bishop from Nemo. It's there is nothing, no other way to say we are going to fight. each each bishop is pointing at each other's king. It's amazing. I didn't expect less from this game, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the only thing that might bring already some imbalance is Nemo's time. She has been taking quite some time for her moves, so um, if she spends so much time on all her moves, then she might be in time trouble before Dina. So might be a bit uh, unbalanced there.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. She already knows. I think it's already critical to play the right moves. Otherwise, it can go south very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's also a very rich position. I feel like a very rich position. Everything is can open in any time. There is a lot of pressure in the center. A lot of pawns can be opened in the center. It's already a very complex position. I feel like so many possible moves.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of possible candidate moves. So, and I'm not surprised that Nemo's taking time. I also would take time in positions like these. Just thinking about all the possibilities would just uh, yeah, make me spend a lot of time to
Mm-hmm.
just think about it.
Yeah. So what Nemo doesn't want, I think, is probably c takes d4. I think that would be weird because Dina would probably play c takes d4. The c file opens, and maybe Dina can slide a rook on c1, attacking the queen. And the queen, it's already weird, but she doesn't have really a good spot. Like the diagonals
Mm-hmm.
are not open. She would be probably in trouble. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
e takes d4, I think, is also not on Nemo's agenda. It would probably only help white with for the same reason. C takes d4 and the c file open. Dina can put a rook on c1, attack the queen. The queen doesn't have good squares. It's already tricky.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, it's not easy to play as black. I think e4. She has to look at it, even though it's. I think it's a findable move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. She must be considering e4. Just looking at the position, I think e4
Oh,
is
I
definitely an
think she
option to look at.
decided on her move. I think so. She
Ah,
wrote, yeah,
oh yeah,
exactly, yeah.
97.
Knight b d7, yeah. Okay, so she plays it more development wise. The only issue now is that Dina can prevent e4. It's always the same idea as before. So f3 and e4 are two very good moves for white to prevent black to occupy the e4 square and fighting back
Mm-hmm.
the space.
Exactly. Yeah, I see the engine. It also recommends rook f to e1, maybe to prepare for e4, but I think e4 is already possible, right? I don't think we need to prepare necessarily.
Yeah, definitely e4 would be a great move. It's
Or
already
yeah.
incredible because Nemo, I would say, played all logical moves. She developed, she fought back in the center, but you can see how these positions, when you give up the bishop pair, can be super hard to play. She's already Dina is already with +1 for many lines.
Yeah, yeah. For a second it went back, but now it's +1 again. So it's difficult. But it's also difficult to see the advantage. I feel like I would, yeah, if I would be sitting at the board, I wouldn't think that would be I would be having a tiny advantage right now. So I think it feels practically it must feel still equal.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Phoebe. But I think Dina, you know what? I think Dina definitely could find e4. It's definitely something she could play. F3 is also on the table. I think she could
Mhm.
maybe more likely play F3 because it's kind of her original plan to expand. Now she's
Yeah, I really
probably
like that.
calculating what are the implications of playing moves like e4 or f3 if black takes on d4, because the d4 pawn would be kind of not supported by its pawns. For instance, something like this. I mean, black would end up with a isolated pawn. But yeah, she's definitely calculating these lines. I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, I really like f3 because it doesn't only counter e4 by black, but it also just prepares even more e4 maybe
Yeah,
for
completely
Dina
agree.
herself.
It's more flexible, I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, it's very flexible.
And also prevents any knight's jump.
Exactly. Yeah.
Slightly taking some space, keeping flexibility. I like f3 a lot.
Yeah, me too. Just thinking about it more, yeah, I really like f3.
Hmm. Also, you know what? I think it's. I would be as black a bit scared because look at all these pieces pointing at my king. The knight is also an attacking piece here. The
Hmm.
queen can slide. It's very interesting because usually in e4 positions you have your knight on f3, but here the queen is ready to develop to the king side, even though right now the knight on f6 is a good defender, but it could quickly go as a king side attack if Nemo is not careful.
Yeah, yeah. Dina's pieces easily slide over to the king side, and Nemo's pieces might need a bit more tempo. Although her bishop is, of course, a really good piece. Um, Her knight on d7 still needs quite some moves to get really active in the game. And the queen on c7 is for now still blocked by the e5 pawn too.
Yeah. Now it's Dina's turn to take a long think.
Yeah, she has been playing quite quite fast, so it's good that she's taking some time now. It might she has a lot of options here, so I think it's very good.
completely agree with you. There are many options for white to play this. It's incredible. I love this position as white. It's so flexible. You can play anything you want, even queen e2. Just keep developing, improving your pieces. You have the space, so you know that if you keep just developing black, it's hard. Black will soon feel a bit cornered with less space.
Mm-hmm.
And when black takes on d4 with his pawns, with her pawns, it's always in white's favor. So already a tough position for black, I feel like. Even though it's only +1, nothing determining, right? But it
Mm-hmm.
could
Yeah.
quickly, I feel like go wrong for black if black is not careful.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's still plenty of options for both sides, but I do agree that maybe Dina's position, I think she almost has everything she wants out of the opening.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very natural for her to develop her pieces. So I can see that it's maybe a bit more easier to play for Dina than for Nemo.
Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Dina wins this game, she would be at least in first place or tied for it. I think she has 2.5 points out of 3.
Let me check. Yeah, she has 2.5.
She
Wait,
could
I don't
take
know
the
the,
lead.
the scores of the other girls.
I think
But yeah,
Anna,
she hasn't lost anything.
right. I think Anna Kramling is 2.5 as well, and Jennifer too.
Oh, that's very exciting. If she wins this, then it's gonna be very exciting for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, her first round she played against Anna, I think, and I think that's her only draw so far.
Yeah, exactly. They both look highly focused.
Yeah, I
Go,
would be
Dina.
too. Definitely.
Smile.
If I were in their position, I would be very focused too.
Dina has still a good time edge on Nemo with about 10 minutes
Exactly,
advantage.
yeah, 10 minutes.
So she
Yeah.
can really afford this long time thinking.
Yeah, she doesn't have anything to worry about. And I think they're also getting extra time, right? After
Exactly after
40
40
moves, they get
moves.
like, yeah. So
Yeah.
if they manage their time well, they don't have anything to worry about time-wise.
Okay, Dina just moved. I
Oh,
think she played. Let's see. It's not retransmitted yet. Rook
all right,
c1.
Rook
Rook.
C1.
And the engine says it's a mistake. I
The
think
engine is not
it's.
the biggest fan. I mean, it's still equal, so it's all right.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I think it's more like a miss than a mistake. I think always the same reason of like preventing e4 from
Mm-hmm.
Nemo, but I think it's still a very reasonable move. It's still a good move. You're putting a rook on the c file, and
Yeah,
even more preventing black from taking on d4 because that would just open the rook. So now Nemo will
exactly.
never take on d4.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think it's
Maybe
still a good move.
Nemo does have c4 right now, which might be a bit troublesome for us because it blocks the c3 pawn and also the b2 bishop, so
You're right.
might create a weakness on c3.
Yeah, now is a good time to play for c4. Now is a good time because you would both say to the rook, no, you came here, but there is nothing to see, and the bishop would be also very blocked behind its pawns, and now the rook, so it would have to find another pathway, maybe with a4 and bishop a3.
Yeah,
But
because this c4 pawn could be strong because b5 might follow, and then Nemo's kind of expanding on the queen side, which will be maybe a bit tricky for us because our pieces are not yet super active.
exactly, yeah. And she would be playing against the dark square bishop, I guess. At least until a4, yeah. Yeah, maybe
Yeah, exactly.
c4 and b5 would be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of ways to, after c4, improve the dark squared bishop. But yeah, c4 might be very annoying
Maybe
for
c4,
for
maybe
Dina's
we can look
position.
at this line, c4, bishop c2, let's say just rook f8. And white is still very equal. But at some point I feel like white would have to play for a4 to play for his bishop, this bishop.
Yeah, and Nemo played rook f to e8, so not going for this c4 plan, but now I think she put a rook to go for e4. That would be my logic behind playing rook e8, so you might have to do something about this.
Yeah, rook f8, just played by Nemo. I think she intends to play e4, I guess. And to prevent
so
e4, and actually it doesn't prevent it.
Maybe this f3 plan could still work.
That's what I was wondering actually. Now the computer probably doesn't like it, I feel like. Because of e4 immediately. Okay, I see. Now it makes sense. I think rook f8 is a tricky move because you kind of prevent it. You would directly play this, and you see the e3 pawn. It will be targeted and a weakness because she would forcibly open the e file.
Yeah, I see.
So that's probably why she played rook f8 to kind of bait Dina into f3.
Yeah. And queen e2, the engine suggests queen e2, but I don't really see the reasoning behind queen e2, what it prevents, or what the plan is after queen e2.
Rook fe1 played by Dina, which is also a miss. I like chess.com engine. It's like every move is a mistake or a miss. But honestly,
so the e4 is a bit going all directions.
Yes, e4 has been a move for both sides but to be honestly, like it's not an easy move to. It's easier when we see it, but
exactly.
it's not a very intuitive move and not so easy to play.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's not a natural move.
Okay, rook fe1. Dina improves her rook. She plays. She develops her pieces to the files that could open anytime. It's very logical moves. But the drawback of these moves is that it allows Nemo to fight back the space and grab some space, maybe with e4 or c4. Now both options are on the table, and
yeah, and I think we might see even e4 Because it makes a lot of sense after rook
Yeah,
e8, I feel like.
definitely e4 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it would be very annoying actually e4. I mean, it's not a move that comes with only advantages. The drawback for black is that you close your light square bishop. That's probably why
Mm-hmm.
Nemo has been so hesitant to play it, because it's very double-edged. You know, you close your bishop and you make the e4 pawn a target for the bishop on
Exactly.
d3. So it's very tricky to know in your games when it's a weakness, when it's an advantage. Sometimes it's a double
Yeah.
edge.
Yeah, I was about to say this too. It's difficult to estimate whether your pawns are going to be long-term weaknesses at some point. Um, so yeah, I guess that's why she's hesitant because if a pawn on e4 might be overextended, so it could be a weakness, but it could also be a strength. So it's difficult to evaluate, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think it's now or never for Nemo to play e4 or c4.
I think so too. I think so too.
Also because why? Because I feel like she's a bit like out of moves, you know? Like she played both her rooks. The knights cannot
Mm-hmm.
really go anywhere anywhere useful, let's say. And this
Mm-hmm.
knight on d7 is cannot go anywhere literally. Um,
Yeah.
all of her pieces are kind of in optimal spots. I mean, she could play the rook on a8. That could be it. But besides that, I think um, she could decide on a pawn move in the center to act decisively.
Yeah. No, I agree. She kind of put her pieces on the most ideal squares that they can be right now. So yeah, I think a pawn move is very logical.
So, what are the implications if Nemo plays c4? That's very interesting. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think the bishop has to go to c2,
C2.
e4,
Yeah.
e4. The engine recommends, and look, even though like it looks a bit weird to push your pawns on light squares when your light square bishop is like that, Nemo has taken a lot of space, and look at white bishops. They are not doing any better than Nemo's light square bishop.
Yeah, she's restricting all Dina's pieces with c4 and e4. I think we saw a move coming in. Let me check. At
Okay,
least I
she
saw Nemo
played
move
for e4. And
e4. All right.
the engine on chess.com now says it's a mistake, even though it's, don't get mistaken, it was the second best move. So I feel like the engine is a bit tough with the players. I think it's still a
Mm-hmm.
very good move. Let's not get mistaken by the engine
Yeah.
um,
Agreed. Agreed.
dubbing, let's call it. It's still a very good move. I think it's a good uh, move from Nemo. She's definitely acting in the center and saying, okay, you don't want to play e4, I'm going to play it myself, and I'm grabbing some space. And now White's plans are a bit shuttered. It's hard to find a good plan for White. at least in the
Exactly.
near future, in the upcoming moves. It would be, I feel
Mhm.
like these moves also say it's going to be a long game because she's closing things up. So we are setting up for a longer game because it's not going to open anytime soon, at least with e4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Dina has to now figure out where is the bishop gonna go. Because if on c2 it just doesn't have really a very bright future. I feel like on c2 it just looks at the e4 pawn, so maybe to c4 it's a bit more active.
Yeah, the only issue, yeah, no, actually c4 is definitely good also. I was thinking that she could take, but it would be protected by x-ray with the rook, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think now that the fight is going to be happening on the queen side. Now things closed on the king side. It's going to be hard for Dina now to open, because if she wants to open, she will have to play f3, and e3 would be a weakness and a tough pawn to defend. So I think now um, we are not going to see a fight on the king side, not anytime soon or even never. I think it's going to be very very hard for Dina to ever play f3, and that's what Nemo is saying with e4.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's I think there's not much we can do on the king side. So definitely more on the queen side right now. Definitely agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play, and also what Nemo could do later on is uh, come to that square on d3. Now it's also a strong square for a knight to land. Maybe we'll see a knight land on that square much later on. Not anytime soon, because the knight
Mm-hmm.
would not be able to join that square, because right now all of Dina's pawns are preventing any knight jump. But later on,
Yeah.
if Dina ever
Yeah,
pushes,
exactly.
it would
Yeah,
allow a
maybe.
knight
Yeah.
to land
Mm-hmm.
on the
Yeah,
d3 square.
definitely. Yeah, d3 could be a good outpost for a piece. Totally agree with that.
Precisely, yes. How do you
So yeah, I
think
think.
How do you
Sorry.
think Dina is going to react to what's your bet?
Yeah, I think the bishop looks best on c4. I was also thinking maybe bishop to b5, but it may not as good. So I think to c4 the bishop.
Yeah, bishop b5. I would be a little bit worried about putting two unprotected bishop on the file here, even
Mm-hmm.
though there is nothing right now. But also, what is the light square bishop actually doing here? I'm not sure. I don't think Dina
Yeah,
would
I
play this.
think after b5 there's also a6, and if we then go to
Exactly.
c4 there's b5, so we'll just be helping Nemo,
Exactly.
I think. So
Grabbing some
c4
space.
is logical choice.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think she's definitely debating between bishop c2 or bishop c4. Maybe consider bishop b1. Why not? It's also a move. Maybe with the
Exactly.
prospect
Yeah.
of putting it to a2
Mm-hmm.
and eyeing the f7 square, which is the king's pawn. That could be also a plan.
Yeah.
But now the main issue I think that Dina is thinking about is how I'm going to play with this bishop. Because now it's going to
Yeah.
be hard to activate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think on b1 or c2 both her bishops are kind of looking at pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
She's gonna have to
so she
play.
needs to keep it active.
Okay, bishop b1.
Bishop b1. All right.
I think with the prospect of
Maybe
playing bishop
going
a2.
to a2.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it's a
Which
good
makes
move.
sense.
Yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
logical move, even though the engine, okay, doesn't like it.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's very, very practical, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Out of danger. Also, I think she wanted to um, avoid black from taking on d4. For instance, maybe bishop c2, it allows this, but probably there are some tactics, of course, in
Hmm.
white's favor. For instance, this discovery attack. But
Yeah.
and the queen is not in a good spot, so probably Nemo wouldn't have played it, but probably I think why she played bishop b1 mainly, it's probably because of playing bishop a2, but Nemo found a very good move, c4. c4
c4. Yeah, now it's difficult.
for
The bishop
white.
in
Yeah,
a2
white
now
is,
looks at the pawn.
yeah, and that's exactly what we said before. If Nemo finds the setup with e4 and c4, white is going to struggle now with space, actually.
Hmm.
It's kind of the opposite
Yeah.
of what was happening in the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Dina,
Because how's Dina now gonna
yeah,
develop her pieces?
and now black is playing for an advantage, actually, because Dina missed a little bit her window opportunity of opening things for the bishops, and now Nemo rightfully closed everything and saying, okay, you don't want to open, I'm going to jump around with my knights and annoy you. Now the position is closed.
Exactly. Yeah,
And look
exactly.
at that beautiful square now on d5 for a knight to land. It's, I mean, probably not right now because the e4 pawn would be hanging, but later on the beautiful square would see a knight landing and hit c3, which is now definitely a weakness.
Exactly. Yeah. Someone in the chat was asking what the format is of the tournament. It's a round robin, which means all the players are playing each other. So in a Swiss system, it's based on points, but in a round robin, all the players are playing each other.
Yeah, I think that's a very excited format. That's a format we don't see often, also because it implies a low number of players. Otherwise, it would take a very long time for everyone to meet each other. But I think it's a very
Exactly.
excited format and very balanced. Like
Yeah.
you
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't say, okay, I faced stronger opponents. That's why I didn't reach the top of the tournament. And this person
Mm-hmm.
played twice with white, and I played twice with black. So that's a very balanced format. I love it.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I think it's very exciting. And also nice to just see everyone play against each other. They're matchups we don't often see. So I
Mm-hmm.
think it's a very exciting tournament.
Yeah, I think it also opens up the possibility for surprising games because uh, there will be matchups with a lot of difference in ELO rating. So I think we'll be up for surprises and actually nice games.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
All right, let's see what how Dina reacts to c4. Honestly, it's not easy. Now she needs to fight back hard. Otherwise, she's going to slowly have a tough time against black space advantage now.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Dina needs to find a way to create some counterplay to get her pieces more active, which is not easy. Um, Engine recommends a4.
Yeah,
I see.
definitely to play for bishop a3 at some point and always leave a breathing window for this bishop. Otherwise, it's never gonna see the light.
Exactly. Yeah.
and f3, which is, wow, very tough move. I would not play f3 in a game. It's
Yeah, I mean, I F3,
it
you have
makes
to try
sense.
something, right? To
You have to
open
try.
up the position and get your pieces active. So I would understand F3, yeah.
Yeah, f3, let's say black takes. I guess the idea is, I mean, you have no choice to take with the pawn, and still get a majority going on the king side. But the downside why I would not play it is that your king gets a little bit weaker by trading the g pawn for the f pawn. So I would
Yeah,
be
exactly.
scary one day to open this diagonal c queen c6 and checkmate, gg, good game.
Yeah, I thought for a second I thought after F3 we can just take with the queen, but this bishop on B7 I keep forgetting is there. So I was like,
Yes,
no, wait, we have to take with the pawn. So I was kind of
exactly.
confused with myself there.
But it's still playable. You're definitely right, Phoebe. But it's a
It's
tough move.
difficult, it's tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of the engine line that, or GM line maybe, but it's very risky. Dina may be up for it. Like I think she could play for risky.
Yeah. Yeah, she definitely likes to take risks and makes chances for herself. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dina taking a big risk.
With f3, you would bet she would play that.
Well, maybe F3 is maybe too big of a risk, but maybe at some other point in the game she might take a
Yeah,
big risk.
I definitely agree. Yeah. And already white is left with. It's funny because at the beginning white had an abundance of choices, many different choices, and was up for a buffet. And now it's black who is dictating the game and has more choices than white, and white is left with a few choices to fight back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely changed a bit. If we look at the beginning, it's more difficult for Dina to find moves that improve her position, and black is maybe a bit more comfortable now, I would say too. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm sure Dina is very resourceful and she will manage
Yeah.
to
Yeah. Of course.
to change
Yeah, no
the
doubt.
course of the game. She's definitely
No doubt about that.
a very strong fighter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
We are setting up for a very long game. I feel like it's very excited. I'm very excited about this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very good game.
With the things closed for now, it's going to be a long game, but I'm sure at some point it will everything will blow up and the board.
Yeah, I think so too. I will quickly get another drink and have a little toilet break, so I'll be
Sure.
back in like 2 minutes, I think.
Okay, no worries. Yes, they are playing in the US. Ash Topaz, you just asked. They are playing in the US in California. It's the the Botes chess camp. It's a double robin tournament. Every player is playing each other. All right, Dina is now joining and getting closer to Nemo's time. Indeed, it's very tough for Dina's now because everything closed. A few moves ago, we were with everything that could open up everything. And now, after e4, bishop b1, and Nemo finds a very good sequence to shut everything down. And Dina's bishops are a bit closed now. Now Nemo is the one a little bit slightly better. Why? Because she doesn't have the bishop pair, but the knights are good for maneuvering closed positions. So it's a good advantage, even conceptually, even without looking at closely at the position. The position is closed in the center, and Nemo has both knights, which will be able to jump around and maybe reach that square at some point one day, d3. That would be a strong outpost for Nemo's knights, while Dina will still have to find a good diagonals for the bishop on b1 and b2 to find a good prospect. Now everything closed. All right, Dina is now almost up to Nemo's time. They're almost at the same time. And indeed, Dina's position is tough to play. It's not easy to find a move here for Dina. I think a4 is definitely on her radar to get the bishop a3, bishop to a3 to play with her bishop. But I think she's not only, of course, thinking about her next move, but she's trying to find a plan to also play with the bishop on b1, which will be also hard to get out, because now it's shut down by the two pawns on c4 and e4 by Nemo. And if Nemo manages to keep her two pawns there and not to lose them, Dina is going to have a hard time. Basically now the fight revolves around these two pawns. If Dina manages to fight back and attack these two pawns in a meaningful way and to get rid of one, Dina will be in a great position. But if she doesn't manage to break through, she will have a very tough time. And Dina just played rook c2. Okay, rook c2, a very flexible move. The bishop is not anymore applying pressure on e4, but anyways, it would not be able to take this pawn on e4. So I think her plan is to slide the rook. It's a very flexible move to slide the rook to a2 or b2 later on, and yeah, and play actively with this rook. Maybe on the b file, probably play for something like a4, bishop a3, and rook b2. So it's a very flexible move. She's trying to keep things, not to tell everything to her opponent what she's gonna do. She's also not in a rush to play a4, I guess, even though b5 can come to kind of prevent b4. But I'm not too worried about b5, because she could still play a4 and get the pawn back at some point. I don't think Nemo would be able to keep it. So that's what's going on the board. And Dina is taking a short break from the board. A very exciting game. Nemo is already slightly better if she manages to find the right moves and to improve her position meaningfully. But the game is very, very far from being won by Nemo. I think we are still up to see a lot of fireworks in this game, and a very good fight by the two strong players. All right. Dina could also place, let's go Dina, yes, we root for Dina. All right, let's. Dina could also place for the first place in the tournament if she wins it. She is tied right now with Anna Kramling, who is also 2.5 points, and um, Jennifer, who is also 2.5 points. So Dina is tied for the first place. If she wins this match, she could be in the first place. Okay, Jennifer just won her game, so she's 3.5 now. So if Dina wins, she will also be tied for the first place, but would not be the only one with 3.5. All right. Okay, Nemo just played b5, trying to prevent a4, or at least make Dina calculate for it. Welcome back. So I think, just as a recap, Dina played rook c2, which is a very flexible move. I think with the idea of playing a4, bishop a3, and rook c2.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
The only thing is, if you allow a4, but right now it's a bit congested in Dina's position. The pieces are a bit lacking space.
Mm-hmm.
And Nemo, without much hesitation, played b5. Okay, you don't want to play a4, I will play b5 and let you think if you can still play a4 now. So a4 is needed at some point, I think. And you see, bishop takes, b takes a4 is not so much of a worry, because I think Dina would be able to recapture the pawn at some point, and bishop a3, and probably rook b2 to try to capture the pawn, bishop c2. I think Dina would get this point, would get this pawn at some point, so it's not a major issue, and she would need to play for this at some point. Otherwise, I don't see how she's
Yeah.
going to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she has to be maybe a little bit creative with how to get her pieces more active because they're just very cramped.
Yeah, it's very cramped and it's already very hard to play for white. The engine is also recommending rook f1 for the plan of pushing on f3, and probably yeah, actually it's a bit mysterious to me, because even you cannot still push a3 because the e3 pawn would be hanging. So
Yeah.
rook f1 is a very mysterious move for me. I don't
Yeah.
understand it, to be honest.
Very counterintuitive too, right? Because I replayed it to e1 and then to play it back is very counterintuitive.
Yeah, let's say black just play a normal move. Okay, actually it was probably to give the e1 square for the queen and to prepare for f3. So now the a3 pawn would not be hanging, and white would be able to play on the next move for f3. But I really
Yeah.
doubt Dina is going to play for this. It's a very complex and risky plan. But if she doesn't act now, I feel like she's going to be into more and more trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really the time to actively and to be active and try any resource to break any of these black pawns in the center that are just really strong.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. If she doesn't act now, I feel like she's going to have a very hard time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they're also equal in time, so Dina doesn't have a time advantage anymore. So
Yes.
might be interesting too. Yeah.
I'm a bit worried for Dina now.
Yeah, but Dina is very resourceful. I'm sure that she's gonna find some creative ways.
Yes. what are the different options? Actually, besides rook f1 to prepare for f3 and queen e1, which is very
Mm-hmm.
hard to find, I feel like.
Yeah.
The engine also says bishop c1. That's very tough move. You don't know what it's doing there. It doesn't help
Yeah.
the bishop. Probably to play. No, actually, it's the plan is to play probably rook b2 and a4. Actually, it kind of makes sense. I guess it's for this plan. Rook a d8, rook b2, and probably to undermine the pawn structure of white. That now, if you play a4, b4 will be b5 will be a weakness, and white can start piling up on it. But still not so easy. So that's actually a good plan. Findable, I think, for Dina.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And maybe
Thought
that's
maybe.
actually the plan from the beginning with rook c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought maybe the purpose of bishop c1 could be to also protect the e3 pawn after f3, but yeah, it wouldn't make much sense because we would like to have a rook on f1 when we play f3, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wouldn't make much sense.
Actually, we forgot to mention something, Phoebe. You know what? Because maybe the viewers are wondering why Nemo played e4 and c4, and one big disadvantage of playing this could be, but you let Dina with a passed d5 pawn, and usually it's
Mhm.
very strong. But the only thing is that in this position, it's not so good, or at least not in the middle game. Maybe in the end game it can be very good, but in the middle game, the only issue is that this pawn is easily blockaded by the knight. So actually, it's definitely not an asset. It's more of a bad thing because the knight could land on d5 and put pressure on c3.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree. This d3 square might be, yeah, might be something to look out for in the future. If Nemo can put a piece on there, it's going to be difficult to get rid of it because Nemo can just take back with either pawn and have a very strong pawn chain.
Exactly, yes. Let's see what Dina is cooking for Nemo. I strongly believe she will find a resourceful way of fighting back uh, Nemo's space advantage now.
Yeah,
So the two
I
breaks in
agree.
the position are a4 and a3. There are no other way to break three of the position. So she's definitely looking at both breaks. And I would say by the look of her last move, which is rook c2, I think she's looking at the a4 break with the plan of playing maybe bishop c1 and rook c2, I think. Oh,
Yeah,
a3
exactly.
actually.
All right, f3. Okay.
Actually, I was wrong, but she looked at both pawn breaks and f3, the immediate f3. The computer doesn't like
Okay.
it, but I think it's a good move.
I think it's very resourceful. I mean, you have to try to break in the center, and f3 does exactly that. So
Exactly.
makes sense.
I think the position is still very leveled, even though the computer now actually says it's a little bit better for black. After f3, black is left with a tough choice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Nemo is not obliged to take, of course, I think.
Yeah, actually
Um,
surprised that the engine top move is not taking. Um,
yeah, I think it's
but rather,
because it would only help white to bring more pawns in the center and to get rid of this
yeah.
space advantage. So black is not in a hurry to take, also because white is not really threatening to win any pawn,
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah,
and
that's
black could
true.
land a piece on e4. Now actually white will probably never take on e4 because it would give a great square for a knight or a bishop to land on that square, or a rook, and then
Mm-hmm.
e4 would be also an outpost. So that's a very committal move. Also f3. That's probably why black is slightly better, because
Yeah.
white is, in my opinion, white is is not really ever threatening to take on e4.
Yeah, we're just helping Nemo then to get her pieces very active.
Yeah, but it's still a very good practical move to fight back. Maybe at some point
Yeah.
she will play f4, grab the space, close things on the king side, and then fight back on the queen side. Maybe like I like Dina because play because she played rook c2. It's very flexible. You don't know if the rook is gonna go to f2, to b2. Then she fights on the king side. You don't know, like, she's fighting on the left, on the right. You don't know where she's gonna hit. I feel
Yeah,
like that's what she's.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I do like what you said that maybe we see f4 because we're also restricting Nemo's white squared bishop. So then kind of they're both a bit cramped. So closing the position might be interesting to look at too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I feel like I like even more this game as the moves go because everything is surprising. It's already a lot of surprises.
Yeah. Yeah. Agree.
Now it's Nemo's turn to take a long think. She's probably gonna rejoin Dina's time, and it's pretty balanced on the time.
Yeah. Maybe we can look at some other moves for Nemo because we saw maybe rook to d8, but there must be some other candidate moves too. I'm sure taking
Yeah.
is up there too. Let's see, maybe some other moves too. What would you say are some more candidate moves here?
Okay, yeah. So I think Nemo can simply improve her position with rook a d8. It's a very reasonable move, putting the rook in front of the passed pawn, facing the queen on the other side, and just improving and saying, Dina, okay, you probably don't want to take. You're gonna give me a great square to work with. So it would be a good kind of waiting, improving move. She could also
Yeah,
play
exactly.
a6 to strengthen her pawn structure because at some point she will need it. And there are many possible moves for black, or she could start maneuvering with the knight. For instance, the computer, also the engine, recommends knight b6 probably to go to a4, and also with the plan of applying pressure to the c3 pawn. Look what could happen if Nemo lands with a knight on a4, land with a knight on d5. The c3 pawn could be under a lot of pressure, and that would be very tough for Dina.
Exactly. Yeah, I think we just also got a raid. So welcome raiders on Dina's channel.
Nice.
Good to have you here. I hope you're all doing good. So welcome to Dina's game.
Nice. All right. Yes, I see now. Yes, it's the Russian school again. All right. Welcome to the new viewers. We are just as a recap for the newcomers, we are commentating on Dina versus Nemo. It's a very balanced game so far. Nemo gave up the bishop pair, but managed to fight back in the center and blocked a bit the position with c4 and e4. And now Dina is left with two pawn breaks on f3 and a4 to fight back and to open up her bishop. Otherwise, probably she's gonna have a hard time. But the position is still very level and up to anyone's victory, I feel like.
Exactly. Yeah, totally. It's gonna be super exciting to see the rest of the game.
All right, Dina is standing up, looking at the game a step back from the board. She looks a little bit stressed out.
Yeah, she seems very focused, and sometimes it's good to get away from the board a little bit to get a better overview of the
Exactly.
position.
All right, now Nemo is thinking about what to do. I really doubt that she would take on f3 on her next move, and right, she played just rook e6, a a
Right?
good improving move.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good move. I think her point is, okay, you uh, played f3, now I can open any time, and e3 will be a weakness, and I'm planning to double my rooks on this e file and put some pressure on your e3 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I think she's also gonna double the rooks on the e file. Um, so getting all her pieces into the attack.
Yep. Yep, it's a good practical improving move. It's also a very flexible move. She can slide the rook to a6 to attack or prevent a4. It's a very good move. I feel like that Nemo
Mm-hmm.
found good improving general move. One interesting idea for Dina could now to play f4. Oh, she's going to play. I think she played rook f2. I think. Let's
Rook
see.
f2
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. I
rook
feel like.
f2. Exactly. So I don't think she intends to play f4. I don't think so.
Or maybe f4, f5, but I think the f pawn might be
Yeah, that's what
a
I
bit
was also thinking.
overextended. Maybe.
I don't know. I think maybe f4, f5, but I don't see a continuation there. Or what's the point of bringing the rook to f2? So I don't know. But probably to open things at some point with f takes e4. If she puts the rook on f2, she plans to open the file, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too.
I'm trying to think maybe. Oh, I see. Maybe I'm not sure, but maybe take at some point. Let's say I don't know. Take, take. Maybe give the bishop. Um, Nemo could take with the bishop, and no, actually it would not be good. I thought she could force the bishop away, but it would not be a good continuation. So I'm actually wondering what she plans to do with rook f2. Probably
Mm-hmm.
threaten at some point to sack on f6, maybe? That could be a possibility. What do you think, Phoebe?
That looks interesting. To maybe sacrifice. I was also thinking maybe she wants to double the rooks on the f file and then take on e4, and it
Yeah.
might maybe create some tension on the f file because
Mm-hmm.
she can stack the rooks there, and she might have something there. But I'm not sure about this plan, but it could be maybe something.
Maybe also to free up the queen, because Nemo, if she wanted to take on f3, uh, g takes f3, and then the queen would be guarding the f3 pawn. So one thing is actually she's releasing the queen from the responsibility on f3, and then
Mm-hmm.
play a4 on the other side of the board, so the queen could take back, because before, if she didn't, I don't know, she plays um, actually it makes sense because the rook also moved from the c2 square, so now the queen is seeing. But maybe let's say she plays rook here, actually no, it would blunder the f3 pawn, but I think that's the point of the rook on f2. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's to
Yeah.
play a4. I'm amazed by Dina's ability to play one move on the queen side, one move on the king side. She's never giving the address on where she's going to fight back. She's fighting back on both sides, I feel like. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. She's taking a lot of chances and creating counterplay by playing on both sides of the board. So I do like that a lot.
Okay, great. So Nemo just played rook a e8, as we said, probably doubling the rooks, threatening at some point. Actually, right now, she's threatening to play e takes f3 and grab a pawn on e3. Looks like it's edible, I think. I don't know
Yeah.
what you think, but I don't see anything. Let's say Dina plays a4, just as a matter of an example. E takes f3 is a threat because now g takes f and the e pawn would be the e3 pawn would be hanging.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't see any tactics with a knight jump to get back something. So I think Dina would just lose a free pawn.
Yeah.
So Dina
Yeah. So yeah.
definitely has to react to this threat of e takes f3. What do you think? How could Dina counter this threat?
I think bishop c1 is almost a must. Because yeah, Nemo is threatening to take on f3 and then the e3 pawn hangs. So I think bishop c1 is maybe the best way to defend.
Yeah, actually, it's really not easy. Bishop c1 is a good move because it would also free the rook on e1 for other jobs. I also think maybe of knight f1. Maybe that's a move. Why not?
Knight f1. Yeah. Yeah, because it defends the e3 pawn, right?
Yes.
So you can see knight f1 too.
But it's a bit of going back and reducing the pressure of on e4. But why not? I think it's a reasonable move. But too bad this knight would not be able to jump on f5 at some point. It's a tough choice actually for Dina. There are not many choices to defend the e3 pawn.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. And I think defending with the queen is not desirable.
Yeah, you would definitely abandon this idea of a4, at least for the next move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, knight f1, yeah, defends the e3 pawn, but putting a knight back to f1, where it's less active and we're really being pushed in a passive position, I think it's also not too great. So yeah, not too many great choices.
But I'm sure you know what? I'm sure it will be. It's not easy for Dina to play right now, but I'm sure she will find a good resource after all this mess is sorted out. She will be able to find good moves and to get back like to a very equal or a good advantage for her. I'm sure because right now it's a bit messy. It's a bit hard to play for white, but after the dark forest, I'm sure she will see the light going on with her bishops.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
But right now, she has to play very accurately because things could go bad quite quickly. The engine is already saying that the third line, queen c1, defending the pawn on e3, is already a sizable advantage for black.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the engine only prefers black a little, so it's still balanced. Anything can still happen, so to say.
As you mentioned, I think bishop c1 is the most logical move because your bishop is not doing anything on b2. It doesn't have any jobs. Bishop c1 is a nice move because also at some point maybe, I don't think anytime soon, but you would be able to push for e4. Maybe even sack a pawn and activate your bishop. Maybe like if Nemo wants to take a pawn, you just give it, push your pawn, just sack a pawn, but at least you play with a piece, because right now the bishop on b2 is not playing anytime soon. I'm a bit worried about it. So I think bishop c1 is a good move. Also keeping the option of playing a4 on the next move for Dina.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree that sometimes sacking a pawn for activity is the right way to go.
Yeah, it's
Because I'd
always
rather
hard.
play with a pawn less than a bishop, so totally agree.
And Dina found the move bishop c1, that's great.
All right, that's amazing. That's awesome.
Okay, good. And the position
Um,
is very balanced now. I mean, it's still a bit easier to play for black, obviously. Nemo is putting the pressure, but the position is Dina is holding the position very well. She
yeah,
defends very well.
yeah. I'm just looking at some moves for Nemo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe knight b6 could be something to look at. To activate her pieces more. I see the engine also does a g6 for a reason I don't
Yeah, knight
understand.
g6, I guess, to just the anti-knight strategy to prevent the knight to ever coming to f5 or h5. Also improving her king later on to play on g7. Black is good. Black is in the driver's seat basically, so I think Nemo can play for good improving moves. She's not in a rush. She's not in a rush to take on f3 and doesn't want to ever do it because it would solve white issues, and then white play e4 and is absolutely doing completely fine. So the good way for black is just to improve her pieces slightly, maybe to go with the knight on a4, land with the knight on the d5, not now because the pawn would be hanging, but I think Nemo needs to play it a little bit slow and
Yeah,
slight improvements, while Dina
agreed.
is um, is trying to fight back on the queen side with a4.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. And I'm very curious how Nemo is gonna continue because it's not easy to find a plan because the engine just slightly prefers her, but um, yeah, it's not as easy as it seems to find the correct plan in position like this.
Also, one interesting idea that the engine points out is h5, because as you probably know, I mean, or not, it's fine. Yeah, no, but it's a very good trick actually. If you don't know it, every time there is a knight on g3 or b3, you should push your pawn, your h pawn or a pawn, to try to chase that knight, so it will make the knight less stable. And if h5 and h4, you see you created a lot of actually the knight would be hanging here because it already lost its support of f2. So here actually it would be a great move to ask Dina where she's gonna go with her knight, and Nemo would even be taking more space.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah, I
a
didn't
very
even
interesting move.
think about this h5 idea, but it makes a lot of sense. Just gaining a lot of space, and indeed, where does the knight go after h5, h4? It's difficult to also stop this pawn. Maybe Dina has to go with h4, which would be, I think, weakening after
Yeah, so the only issue with
taking on
h4
f3.
that we saw is that the knight would be hanging to the queen.
Exactly.
Yes, so many options for Nemo. I'm very curious about which option she's gonna go for. So far, we have not been able to predict all of her moves. So I'm curious if she's also going to surprise us with her next move.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, very curious.
And yes, I see in the chat, did I just hear Vegeta? Yes, it's my follow alert. You hear Vegeta, Vegeta sound, yeah. You're not wrong.
What is a Vegeta? Is that a
Vegeta is
person?
from a reference from Dragon Ball Z, if you know.
Ah, yeah, I know Dragon Ball Z. That's funny.
Exactly, it's over 9,000, exactly. I also hope Dina will be over 9,000 today. now, now I get follows. Exactly, yes. Okay, Nemo surprised us again. We were not able to predict, but she directly wants to put pressure on the c3 pawn with queen a5.
All right.
What do you think about this move, Phoebe?
I do like it because I feel like Nemo, her last moves have been really kind of assertive. Like she's asking Dina a lot of questions, so she has been improving her position in the last move. So now again, Dina needs to be passive and defend in a way. So even though Queen A5 was not the best move in the position, I do think it's practical, very, very good move.
I completely agree with you. It's not easy. She's hitting on c3, on a3. The bishop is already loaded with a task of keeping the a3 square secure. So she's asking Dina's questions. She's investigating on the queen side, asking questions, also preventing a4. I think it's a very good move, practically. Multi-purpose, putting pressure on a3, c3, and saying to Dina, no, you're not going to go with a4 next move.
Exactly, yeah. Because how is Dina gonna defend? I think the engine says to defend. Do not defend. Yeah, the engine said to not defend.
Exactly,
To go to
already.
E1 with
So
the rook.
it's hard
Yeah.
to not defend your pawns like that, I feel like, already.
Yeah, just giving this pawn up.
But you know why? You know what? It kind of makes sense. This bishop is not doing anything. If Nemo takes it, it will actually open the bishop. So it's kind of you sack a pawn, but at least your queen is gonna play. And actually, even let's say you play rook fe1, ef1, doubling the rooks on the f file. Nemo takes the pawn on c2. Actually, you're not so unhappy with white. Why? Maybe not bishop d2, but okay, first you take here, but at least you open squares for your bishop to play later on. Maybe you want to play bishop d2 at some point, and your bishop is gonna breathe. But I feel like it's not easy to understand unless you spend some time on it.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, very interesting that it's okay apparently to give up this c3 pawn. I hope that Dina sees this too, that she doesn't need to hold on to this pawn, but that she should go with improving her position.
Yeah, actually, she already is losing a pawn. I don't see for her a way, unless I'm missing it, tell me if I'm wrong, of keeping both c2 and a3. I don't see a way to keep both pawns alive. So it's a very good pragmatic question asked by Nemo, and Dina is already is already having the choice to, I mean, no choice, but the choice of which pawn she is going to lose, either c3 or a3. The question is, which one would you lose?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, personally, I always find it very difficult to have to give up pawns.
Because even bishop d2, you lose the a3 pawn, but is it really bad? Actually, not so much, but it's not so easy to understand. I think white is lacking of space, so actually it would be in white favor to open things, to maybe later, I don't know, come with the rooks on the a file, activate your pieces in some way. That's probably why the engine doesn't hate it to lose the pawn, and it's definitely not a decisive advantage.
Yeah, Dina played queen to c2, which actually someone in the chat suggested this and asked why queen c2 doesn't work. But I think we see this now with your plan with h5. So Nemo is then attacking on the other side of the board.
Yes.
Because the queen is now stuck, kind of defending c2.
Exactly. Actually, I said there was no way to keep both pawns alive, but that was the only option to keep both pawns. I forgot that the bishop is keeping a3. That's a very materialistic approach, which is like the human approach. I think anyone would play queen c2, trying to hold on to your pawns, especially like in these kind of positions. I don't know if you have the same feeling, but I would not be confident to lose my pawn on a3 or c3 and say, okay, I'm just going to get something back and maybe piece activity or the pawn back at some point. It's not easy at all, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I agree. If Nemo finds this idea with h5, will be difficult. Well, Dina's position will be difficult to play. But I'm sure Dina's gonna find chances and resources.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nemo is going to find h5. I think she could find it. But I think right now her attention is on the queen side. Maybe she would go for knight b6. It's still an option, I feel like. Knight b6, knight a4 to add another attacker to this pawn. And then it would be hard to keep both pawns alive, because the bishop can only do one job, and right now it feels like he needs to keep alive e3, c3 and a3. So maybe Nemo is probably going to go for a knight b6 to keep hitting up on the queen side. I would be surprised if she starts to attack on the king side, but why not? Maybe it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I thought h5 might have been a bit unnatural too. I do agree, maybe knight b6 on the plan, even maybe knight a4 is really more pressure on c3. So yeah, I agree that this seems like more a natural plan than h5.
Yes, definitely. I'm curious about Nemo's next move. Looking at her at the video stream, I see her looking on looking at the queen side. So I guess her attention is rather on the queen side than the king side. I think she's definitely looking for how to apply more pressure on the queen side.
Yeah, exactly. Someone in the chat is asking what move number they are on. They're on move 21, so still quite some moves to go for time control. But I think their time management is all right for 19 more moves to go.
Yeah, don't forget that they are going to get an additional 30 minutes after the 40 moves. So I guess they can afford to take more deep thinking at this point.
Maybe it would be fun for some new viewers to see a recap of the game now that Nemo is taking a bit of time. Maybe have some time to do a recap.
Sure, perfect. I will let you do the commentary, and I will go through the moves.
All right, I'm just gonna put all the moves back on my board too. All right. So Dina played a d4, which she has been playing a lot lately, with the queen's gambit. And Nemo plays a Nimzo with bishop b4. Very, very solid reaction to d4 c4. And just some normal opening moves. d5, trying to challenge the center. And then we see a3, asking right away question, where is your bishop gonna go? And in Nimzo, it's quite common to just give up the bishop there for the knight here to double white's pawns. And that's what happened. So very on team. And we just have some more moves here. c5 challenging the center too. If I go too fast, just tell me.
No, it's perfectly fine. I synchronize with you. It's perfect.
And knight e2. Dina's plan to go to g3 with the knight. Queen c7. So both players just developing their pieces, which is perfectly fine. Nemo getting a bishop on b7, which is quite strong. And here we saw kind of the first, I would say, inaccuracy in the game with e5. Dina could go here for e4 to kind of stay with the advantage, but she went with b2, bishop to b2. And here was kind of, it's like a competition on who plays e4 first, because for both sides the plan was to play e4, but they both didn't for a while. And here we see Nemo kind of preparing for e4, which she then also plays, and it's gonna give her slight advantage here. And c4, and Nemo is restricting kind of Dina's pieces, so it's quite difficult here for Dina to get her pieces active, and they're shuffling some pieces around. Nemo getting 2 rooks on the e file, bishop c1, and Dina is trying to break with f3 the center bit. So yeah, I think we're almost at our current position after
exactly, and I think Nemo played a move.
g6 is the newest move, I think.
Yes, exactly. Nemo just played g6. She again surprised us, but it was a definitely possible move. I think 2 ideas behind it: restrict the knight on g3. It's a more slight improvement approach rather than h5. I mean, it's still on the table. h5 is still definitely, but it's a more flexible move. Restrict the knight, so the knight now doesn't have a really good squares to jump to, and
Exactly.
give a little loft for the king. So the king will be able to go to g7 at some point, maybe later to improve, maybe for the endgame to get closer to the center.
Yeah, I agree. I think this plan with h5 could still be something after g6.
Yes, it's a very flexible move. Still leaves h5 open. And now she is telling Dina, okay, how do you play a move now? It's easier for me to find a move. I have many options. Could play a6, knight b6, h5, king g7. But for Dina, it's a bit harder to find moves to improve her position, I feel like.
Yeah, so the engine suggests queen b2, maybe trying to go for queen trades on b4, or maybe just to create some space for the bishops, or
yeah, queen b2 is a good move. I guess it's probably to exchange the queens, because Nemo will never probably take a takes b, or maybe it's actually playable, because the bishop will still be entombed. Yeah, and also try to attack the b5 square. It's like slow improving moves for Dina, but still a little bit hard to play for white. Let's see how Dina goes.
Do you think queen b2 is an easy move to find, or rather difficult?
I think it's a findable move. Like, I'm not sure exactly what's the idea of queen b2 is. Probably, let's see. No, it's probably not to trade the queens. Um, I think it's a findable move. It's like an improvement move. You free the bishop on c1 from the responsibility of keeping a3 guarded. So I think it's a flexible move. It's a good improvement move. So Dina could definitely play it.
Yeah.
Her options are quite limited. It's not easy to act. You feel a bit restricted.
Yeah. Yeah. Not many options. Besides queen b2, maybe there are some other options to improve the position. Maybe the rook to f1 to maybe try to create something here to stack the rooks on the f file and just create some sort of counterplay.
You know what? I love rook f1. Why? Because it sets up a little bit of tactics. Now it seems like the knight on d7 would be restricted. Why? Because at some point, let's say you play knight b6, now f takes e4 is possible because you apply pressure along the f file. So now if the knight takes, you can take on f7. And if you don't take with
Exactly.
the knight is hanging. So actually, I love rook e f1.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
restricting
very
the knight on
practical.
d7.
Yeah.
So I love this rook move. It's also very logical because after g6, uh, black weakened a little bit the knight. I mean, it was protected by the pawn. Now it's hanging, kind of. It's still protected, but it's not anymore by the pawn. So actually, it makes a lot of sense of playing rook ef1 and putting more pressure on this f file. Okay,
Yeah, I
Dina
agree.
close things on the king side with f4.
Knight f4. Oh, and the engine does not like this too much.
Okay, I think you're right, but I think it's not a good indication. It's very hard to understand
Yeah,
why, to be honest.
I
I
think
think.
it's f5 is f4 is a good practical move because you're also restricting black's b7 bishop.
Yeah.
So I think it's very natural and try to close up the position so that you're not the only one with restricted pieces. So it's gonna be difficult for black to move pieces around.
I completely agree. I think it's a very good move. The computer, okay, says it's a mistake, but practically I feel like it's a good move. Why is it a bad move? I can't explain it right away. I feel it's not so simple, I guess, because black can put pressure on the queen side with now the rook sliding, but practically it's good. Dina is maybe threatening at some point to play for f5 and taking advantage of Nemo's last move with g6. We just gave a hook for Dina to play on.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking of some possible moves for Nemo, but you already said the rook sliding over rook to a6. But I don't directly see like a big advantage for black.
Yeah, let's say Nemo's goes with rook a6. I don't know, h3 to prevent probably the knight g4 to fork the rook and the pawn, which would you still have rook e2, but fine, or rook f1. Knight b6. Now Nemo can go back with the plan with knight a4, and even though Dina is not losing right away, she's under a lot of pressure on the queen side. And
Exactly.
And Nemo just played knight d5, putting pressure on both c2, c3 and e3, which is a good, reasonable move. But now Dina gets counterplay with f5. And she played it right away. No, she didn't take a deep thinking. She's fighting and saying, okay, you know what? You took your time. Now I'm sure I'm advancing. You let me have some counterplay. I'm having it. I don't hesitate. That's also a good psychological way of playing. I feel like she played it without
Yeah.
hesitation. If
Yeah, I really like it. I really like F5. It's very practical and really creating counterplay. And I mean, Black is attacking the C3 pawn, of
mm-hmm.
course. But I think we shouldn't worry about this. I think F5, I really like it.
Yeah. Okay, so Nemo doesn't have much choice. It's pretty forced. If she doesn't want to lose the pawn on e4, that would free the entire white position, because this pawn is a huge thorn in white's position. I think Nemo has to play for rook 6 to e7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see. I think yeah, she just played rook 6 to e7 to keep the pawn alive, because it's
Yeah.
pretty forced. I think it gives white some counterplay, and for now Dina is putting a little bit of pressure on Nemo.
Yeah, we could slide the rook over to F1 and try to create something with our F5 pawn.
Mm-hmm. I like how Dina is handling the position, and now uh, she's fighting back on the king side with f5, putting some pressure on the black king side pawns. But now she has to find a continuation. It's not so easy. What do you do after f5? I'm not sure you want to play f takes g6. It would cancel the pressure. I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Yeah.
still playable, but then you would have to do a bit of maneuvering. The only thing I'm a bit worried is, as we said before, the knight finally landed on d5, and this knight is going to put a lot of pressure for the entire game on both white's weaknesses.
Exactly. Yeah, the knight is on a pretty good square there. So hopefully Dina can see this plan with rook e f1, but I'm sure she will see this. She seemed pretty determined because she played f5 so quick, so I'm sure she has a very good plan.
Yeah, I wonder, the engine is suggesting rook ef1. I wonder if here you could maybe sack. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking of, like, I don't know, a6. Yes, exactly. F takes g, and here the rook is a bit overloaded. I wonder if there are some tactics where you may sacrifice a knight, but maybe you take on f7, you attack the knight, you attack the bishop. I wonder if it's playable. Probably not. The engine is not suggesting it, but I think it's still not
Yeah.
too crazy. Actually, the engine is not. It doesn't hate it. It doesn't hate the knight sacrifice, and then you take 2 pawns for the knight, and you get some counterplay because your rooks are very active. Now the rook here is kind of pinned, because otherwise you would threaten almost checkmate. I wonder if Dina is going to look at that. It's a very interesting threat. So on
Yeah.
h takes g6 and knight takes e4, the engine says it's not working because of knight e3. That's a nice counter tactic, because now if you take, the rook takes, but the difference is that, no, not even the rook takes, the bishop takes, sorry, and now you attack the queen. You get rid of your knight. It's like a clearing tactics. Wow, it's very complex but very exciting.
Yeah, we have a question from chat after rook ef1. How are you meeting queen takes c3? Do we want to go for a queen trade or move the queen? I'd say we don't want to go for a queen trade. We just give up the c3 pawn.
Yeah, here not easy. I guess you could exchange queens, but if you're down a pawn and you exchange queens, it's not looking good for Dina. But just, I'm going to go back to the game because Dina just played knight e2. But I guess you would not exchange queens because then you would also
No,
invite the knight, black's knight, into white's position. So for instance, if we go back,
agreed. Yeah, maybe rather queen a2.
yeah, if we go back to rook ef1, that's right, that loses the pawn on c3, but at this point, sorry, with the queen, of course, otherwise the knight is can be pinned with the bishop. But you would just invite the knight to go through into the position, and you don't want to do that, especially if you're down a pawn. Black can start to trade pieces and just be up a pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I wonder if Dina's idea with knight e2 maybe is to go to f4,
Yeah,
try to trade
probably.
the knight on d5.
Exactly. I think her first goal is to defend c3. She's playing very solid, trying to defend all of her weaknesses, trying to defend c3, which was threatened by knight d5. Um, and now Nemo just played knight f6, knight d f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So reinforcing her knight on d5. So if Dina goes for knight to f4, she cannot really take on d5 because Nemo would just take back with the knight.
Exactly. So now Nemo is probably threatening. Yes, she's actually threatening knight g4. It's a real threat. It would fork the rook and the pawn on e3, and Dina would not have a choice, would have no possibility to defend the pawn and move the rook because the f3 square is occupied by the pawn. So
Mm-hmm.
Dina is definitely has to answer it. H3 is a possibility, but the computer doesn't like it. The computer prefers to play f takes g6 intermediate move. That now Nemo can't play the knight g4 because you can just win a pawn and play g takes f. The other move that
Exactly.
the computer suggests is knight g3. Um, I guess it's very hard because Dina is just going back, and it's to protect the pawn with your rook on e1 as well. So on knight g4, you'll find you just play rook f1, f2 to f1, and you're still protecting the pawn.
Yeah, someone actually suggested maybe the plan of h3 and then going for a g4, g5, if this is something Dina might be thinking about. I mean, it does create some counterplay, but it might also be weakening the king a little bit,
Yeah,
pushing our pawns.
I definitely agree. I think um, it's very risky, but maybe Dina will play for that.
I
What
mean, it's a
else could she play?
practical attack, I would say, because we don't have a lot of pawn breaks that we could play for. So yeah, it might be practical.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think it's tough to prevent. You need to prevent knight g4. So either you play an intermediate move first and then you resolve to h3, or knight g3. But I doubt that Dina, who just played knight e2, will play knight g3 back. It's very hard for humans to
Mm-hmm.
just accept our previous kind of mistake and say, okay, I just move back my piece, um,
Yeah.
and to change your plan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, agreed.
So I guess Dina is gonna play h3, but h3 comes with some disadvantages. For instance, you weaken the g3 square that could be used later for a knight to come in, or even the queen, queen
Mm-hmm.
c7, and then the dark squares are going to be weakened around the white's king, which could be a later problem later on, and the dark square bishop is behind its pawns, unfortunately, so it won't be able to help.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree. And yeah, the engine gives us best move f takes g6. Um, but that doesn't fix, I would say, necessarily problem
Yeah,
of
I
the
think
knight
f take
coming
g6
into
just
g4.
resolved the tension, Then
Yeah.
if we play f takes g6, I guess, I don't know, h takes g6, you still have to play for h3 or rook f1 to still apply pressure on the f pawn, but that's very hard to see. I doubt that Dina is going to play for that because that's very tactical, rook e f1, and that's very mysterious. I think she's going to have to play h3 either way or knight g3, but very tough move because she has to go back.
Exactly. And Dina also under half an hour with her time, so the gap between Dina's and Nemo's time is getting slightly bigger and bigger, and we still have 15 more moves to go
Yes.
until they're at move 40 and get half an hour extra. So time might be a thing in a few moves.
Mm-hmm. Dina is a little bit under pressure right now. I hope things will resolve a little bit, and she will. She is definitely looking for, or will look for a counterplay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she just needs to consolidate. If black is a bit too slow, I think Dina can quickly consolidate and bring her pieces in. So it's not easy for Nemo either. She has to keep the tempo in. Otherwise, Dina might consolidate her pieces and create counterplay.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Phoebe. All right, let's see what Dina is thinking about. I think h3 is definitely an option, but she's not rushing it, so she's probably worried about weakening her dark squares. You know that you always, if you can, uh, not play pawn moves if you can. It's because it's always very committal. So she's trying, I guess, to look for another solution to um, play against the threat of knight g4, but not by playing h3 because it would weaken the dark squares. So she's trying to look for another solution. Maybe she's looking at knight g3 to go back with the knight and cover the rook so it can defend the e3 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. We have a question from chat asking for
She just
our
played.
ratings.
Yes.
What is your level of chess?
All right. Do you want to start?
I can start. So my rating is 1669. I'm started playing chess like 2.5 years ago, so hoping to get my rating up pretty soon.
Great. I've been playing OTB tournaments for the last 3 years. I'm about 1750 FIDE. And on chess.com I'm about 2000 in rapid.
Pretty good ratings.
Thanks.
All right, so Dina took the g6 pawn, which was the best move. So Nemo can take back with the f pawn or with the h pawn, but I think with the h pawn is better.
Yes, definitely. I think you don't want to take with the f pawn here. There is no justification because there is no rooks, black rooks on the f file, so you're not opening. You're just helping white open your f file. And also, usually the rule is to take towards the center. So here it applies very well. You probably want to take with the h pawn. Nemo is thinking for a bit, but I don't doubt that she will take back with the h pawn.
Yeah, no, I agree.
The only justification for not taking with the f pawn that she could be worried, and actually it's also justified, is why she's thinking for a bit is the f pawn would be a target if you take back with the h pawn, because now if you double the rooks at some point, the f pawn would be a little bit under pressure and should be guarded by the rook and the king. But I don't think here in this position it's really a big worry.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, very much agree with you.
And she took with the f pawn. I
Oh,
think.
okay. Surprising.
Okay, so she was maybe worried about the f pawn being a target, which is also
I think so.
justified, but it's
Yeah.
definitely a mistake that let Dina comes back into the game.
Yeah, it's equalizing take with the f pawn, so this
Incredible.
is
And
very
Dina
promising.
played right away. We don't have the move yet, it's gonna come.
h3.
H3, which is what we said before. It's the very logical move.
Yeah.
To counter the threat of knight g4, the knight jump would be very, very annoying to fork the pawn on e3 and the rook on f2, and Dina would lose the f3 pawn, which is a very important pawn compared to c3 and a3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Why?
exactly.
Yes. So h3 is almost forced, and now Dina is back in the game, I must say.
Yeah, I really like this. So I'm very excited to see how Dina's gonna create chances here. I
Yeah,
think it's gonna be very exciting.
I feel like it's very exciting that just not a little, a small mistake, let's say by Nemo of not taking with the h but with the f pawn, lets Dina comes back into the game, and Nemo just played king g7 to
Mm-hmm.
improve her king a bit, and also to guard the knight. So maybe she wants to free her free up her knight on d5 and play it somewhere else. So now the knight is
Exactly.
guarded, and also
Yeah.
rook ef1 doesn't come with the tempo as well.
Yeah, but I think still rook e f1 is a very nice move here because the f file is open. So if we
Exactly,
can take it, we have very active rooks.
and that's what Dina just played. You predicted it well, Phoebe.
Yeah, she played this with tempo, so that's very nice to see that she felt very confident about this move.
Exactly. Now she has the f file. Okay, sure, she has weaknesses that are being hit by the knight and the queen, but she's fighting back on the f file, and now the game, I feel like, is more than ever up for anyone's victory.
Exactly. Yeah, I think they both have chances now. So yeah, I'm very excited.
Yes, I'm very excited too. We said it at the very beginning. We expect a good fight for these two women grandmasters. A very good fight, and we are not disappointed so far. It's funny how
No,
at the beginning
exactly.
everything was exploding, like all the pawn breaks. Then everything closed, and they didn't resist. Like they opened everything again quickly, and now it's going to explode again. I feel like.
Exactly. Yeah, it also just shows how difficult it is to hold on to an advantage. It's really important that you find the right moves, which is very difficult. So um, yeah, it's just very, very exciting and just shows that anything can happen at any stage of the game.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think we'll see definitely fireworks in this game. I'm always more and more excited about the continuation of the game.
Yeah, me too, me too.
And especially now, I
Um,
don't know if you see, but I think they still have 13 moves to before the time addition, and
yeah,
it's still a lot of moves. If we divide it by the time, they have 2 minutes per move. It's very short. It's
not a
going to
lot.
be
Yeah.
challenging for the next moves. I feel like they are going maybe to enter kind of a blitz before And actually, I feel like they started already to speed up the game. Don't you feel like?
Yeah, I had the feeling too. They're playing a bit faster than before.
Mm-hmm. I feel like they're starting to realize their time is not a lot, and if we just simply apply a simple division, they have about 2 minutes per move for the remaining 12 moves before they reach the additional time.
Exactly. Yeah, Nemo just played bishop c8. I wonder where she wants to put her bishop.
Yeah, I guess it's an interesting move. She's saying, okay, my e4 pawn is very well defended enough. My bishop was being obstructed by the e4 pawn, so I'm just going to play a nice flexible move. My bishop probably has better prospects on this diagonal rather than this one.
Exactly. Yeah, very logical to improve the bishop. I'm just wondering where she might want to put it. But maybe even more interesting is looking at what Dina might do next. I see the engine recommends queen b2. Maybe to try to put pressure on this b5 pawn.
Trying to put pressure on the b5 pawn? Yes,
Yeah, maybe, but
probably. I don't
I'm not
know
sure if
actually.
it's the
I still
understand.
don't understand the queen b2 move, to be honest. I
Yeah.
don't understand it. Probably. No, actually, I don't know. I'm not sure about queen b2. What's the idea behind it? Maybe. No, actually, I don't know. I don't know about queen b2. I don't think Dina will play that. It's a bit. I don't understand the idea. Queen
Yeah, it's a bit
d1.
unclear to me too, the idea behind
Because I
queen
don't think
b2. I
it's
mean,
for a
maybe
queen
to free
exchange.
up the bishop.
Maybe to. Yeah, you're right. Maybe to free up the bishop. Play bishop c2 and a4, maybe? Actually, I think that's what the engine recommends. So, queen d2, bishop d7, it was saying, let's say bishop d7, to maybe eye on the a4 square and make it more difficult for Dina to push. Bishop c2, insisting on maybe I will have at some point. a4, even if you sacrifice a pawn, maybe get something. Um, Queen c7 to because the bishop now is eyeing the a4 square, so you free up your queen to investigate on the king side and still go a4 to sacrifice the pawn. That's what the engine wants. So that's the reasoning
Yeah.
behind queen b2.
Yeah, so in chat also recommended a plan with queen b2, bishop c2, and then queen b1, maybe setting up a battery on the b diagonal.
Queen b2, bishop c2,
And queen b1.
and queen b1 I think would be um, not very useful because of the e4 pawn. But and maybe actually, but the thing is, yeah, actually, it's a good idea. You know what? Because the e4 pawn is isolated, I think. So maybe if white manage to put enough pressure, it could fall. You're right. It's a great
Yeah, we
idea.
see a queen move not to b2 but to d2.
Yeah, I think the idea is pretty much similar to free up this bishop and also to so it eyes on the e4 square. It's a good move, a good improving move. Queen d2, it was also a good suggestion.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
The only thing about Dina's position, it's a bit cramped. Both her bishops are on the last rank, so it's a little bit hard to make them play. I feel like.
Yeah, yeah. No, agreed. So yeah, we have to find a way. Maybe a4 at some point to get the bishop to a3.
A4, yeah, A4 would be maybe interesting, but right now the queen can take. I guess it's
Yeah, maybe
not on the
after bishop
table.
c2.
Yeah, bishop c2 and then a4. Yeah, it would be definitely interesting. The a4 pawn would be hard to keep for black. For instance, um, I don't know, a6, bishop c2, a4. I don't know. No, maybe just random moves. A4 is definitely good here because even though white temporarily loses the pawn, it can easily maybe get it back, and you don't care about the pawn. You just activate your piece. So white here would be actually better. Sometimes it's better to just give away pawns to activate your pieces, and that's what the engine is exactly saying here, and that's very logical.
Yeah, I much agree. Yeah, to give up material like a pawn, not any material, just a
Yeah,
pawn for activity. Yeah, I agree.
right now the only thing is Nemo could take with the queen, and so bishop a3 would still not be playable. So the idea is to put the bishop, force black to take with the pawn, otherwise you just take their pawn, and then use the bishop as a kind of a blockade behind the two weak pawns on a4 and a7. It's very clever. Will Dina find it? I don't know, but it's a very interesting plan.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Um, let's look at some candidate moves for Nemo. So a6. There may be some other moves too. Uh, maybe this bishop on c8 is gonna go somewhere.
All right, so a6 is definitely a move, yeah. Not an easy move. I would be a little bit frightened to move my pawns in front of my king. I'm not sure I also understand what's the point of a6. I
Yeah,
don't.
maybe just to defend b5, I guess. Not too sure.
What did you say? Sorry.
Like a6 just to defend b5, I guess. Even though it's already defended by the queen, but that would be my guess. a6, the reason behind it.
Oh, a6. Sorry, I was on the wrong side.
Oh,
a6.
no
You're right.
worries.
You're right. A6 to I thought it was h6. I misread. A6. You're right. Just to defend b5. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure if we'll see it though, right? It's maybe not too natural because doesn't have a really big reason behind a6. Maybe rather a bishop move.
Yeah. Just play solid a6. Could be on the table, but I I don't know if Nemo would play it, but maybe because she's playing right now, like her last move, bishop c8, is kind of a consolidating move. She's trying, I feel like, um, to play for more consolidating move. Like before, she was more aggressive with knight f6 and all these maneuvering moves. And the last moves have been king g7 and bishop c8. So actually, I would not be surprised to see a6
Mhm.
trying, just to consolidate the position, play not committal moves, and try to reach maybe move 40. And she just played queen c7.
Queen
Queen c7,
c7. All right.
um, which is interesting. I think she's saying, okay, I'm not going to get anything on the queen side. Okay, you defended well, Dina. I'm going to go back, maybe centralizing more a bit my queen and release the pressure and put my attention more to the king side. Maybe I'm a bit worried about my king safety now.
Exactly. Yeah. Just kind of. I feel like she might also just be pushing her pieces a bit more to the king side and try to create something there. But maybe now it's our time to go for a4 and trying to activate this dark square bishop.
Yeah, exactly. I think now is a great time to go for a4, still sacrificing a pawn, but activating your worst piece, which is the bishop on c1. I think Dina is really um, up to find it. Even though it's always
Yeah.
hard to sacrifice a pawn in a game, it's much easier to say it than to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see what Dina goes for. And now they both have 20 minutes for another 12 moves. So it's
Should
still.
be doable, I'd say, right?
Hmm?
Should be alright.
It
Not
should
too
be
much
alright.
time, but should be alright.
Should be alright. 2 minutes per move, but I feel like right now they are taking a little bit more than 2 minutes. But it's still
Mm-hmm.
fine with the increment. I think it's still they have a good pace. And
Yeah, I
I
think both their time management is
yeah
actually being quite alright. They have like, yeah, 20 minutes on average for the last few moves, so should be doable.
yeah. I would expect for the next 10 moves nothing dramatic. I think they may want to reach the additional time and
Mm-hmm.
maybe take more of a deep thinking at that point. Maybe they will try nothing dramatic, just move around the pieces, maybe um, shuffle a bit before reaching the additional time. Maybe that's a possibility.
Agreed. Yeah, they might just be playing slow moves to get to time control and go into a bit more secure time again.
Yes, it's very interesting how Nemo played kind of very aggressively, I would say, with e4 and c4 here. E4 is a good move, even though it's marked as a mistake. It's like the second best move in the position. C4, she played very aggressive opening, and then in the last moves, King G7, Bishop C8, and Queen C7. She's just going back. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I very much agree. So I'm very curious for the next couple of moves
Mm-hmm.
because Nemo is giving Dina a little bit of time to, um, yeah, consolidate to activate her pieces a bit more.
Exactly, yes. Dina is thinking for a long time. She knows it's not very critical, I would say, but she has
Mm-hmm.
also a moment, a good window to fight back with a4. And now that the queen retreated to e7, it's now, I mean, not now or never, but she has the possibility of playing a4, bishop a3. It's very forcing moves like a3, a4. Okay, maybe the black can defend, but at least you're gonna get bishop a3 no matter what, and you're gonna attack this rook. Nemo is going to have to take a decision where to move the rook. So maybe she's calculating this sequence. Is it
Yeah,
worth
exactly.
sacrificing a pawn to develop my bishop, attack her rook? Am I getting the pawn back? Is that justified to sacrifice the pawn on a4?
Yeah, exactly. I very much agree. Um, what do you think could be some other moves in a position?
You're right.
Maybe I really like a4, but maybe there are some other good moves too.
All right, so let's look at other moves. Um, it's not easy to see other moves like maybe queen b2, queen b2 attacking the b4 b5 pawn. That now the queen just went away, so uh, Dina could just come back and say, okay, you don't want, okay. Queen b2 could be a possibility. On a6 there is a4, trying with the same idea of attacking the weakness on b5. Also later on to move the queen and bishop a3, kind of the same plan. There is also this possibility. What else? Maybe queen e1 also interesting. I think trying to develop your queen to the king side maybe on this diagonal, and later on you would move the rook and maybe deploy it to the king side, but it's more mysterious to me. So I really see Dina fighting back on the king side, on the queen side.
Yeah, I agree. And I
And she
think she
just
just did a
played, yeah,
move, so just waiting for it to. Ah,
and
and she goes
a4.
for a4, which is awesome. That's amazing.
Amazing, exciting. She was definitely calculating the implications. Now the game is back to equal. It's very exciting. We had some ups and downs, and now the game is more than ever up for anyone's victory.
Yeah, exactly. It's very exciting and very, very nice to see that the game is back to equality. It was a bit difficult there for Dina, but yeah, very nicely done this.
All right. All right, now Nemo has a tough decision. I think she was setting up for a peaceful resolution of the fighting. Like, we have a break, let's reach the additional time. I'm just retreating, you know what? We are going to have a fight, but a bit later on. And Dina says, no, no, you wanted a fight, I'm going to fight. That's how I see
Exactly.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm very, very curious because uh, Dina very much is very good in creating chances in the end game. So I think we're gonna see some exciting play near the end of the game.
Exactly. I think Dina is a great endgame player. I'm excited to see their endgame skills. If we reach the endgame, I hope we do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think we'll see it. We'll most likely see an end game. They've been playing a very balanced game. No big mistakes with either side. So I think it's not unlikely for us to see an end game.
Yes, the only thing I'm worried about is Dina's clock, which is a little bit low. She has 15 minutes for 10 moves plus 30 seconds, so it's still like about 20 minutes, but a little bit low. I hope she won't have to calculate something complex in the next few moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has 15 minutes for 11 moves, so it's doable, but might be a bit tight, right?
Yes, she has the increment, so it adds a good 5 or 6 minutes, something like that. That should be
Mm-hmm.
fine.
Yeah, it should be fine.
All right, now Nemo uh, is taking a deep thinking. I love how she puts her head in both her hands. Uh, and she's debating whether to take on a4, to defend with a6, to play bishop
Mm-hmm.
d7. Probably not bishop d7, but yeah, she has a few options. But what she doesn't have the choice is that bishop on c1, which didn't see the light, is going to see the light finally, and she can't
Exactly.
prevent bishop a3 no matter what.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So that's very, very nice to see it. Our bishop is gonna have a very nice diagonal to be at. Um, what do we think of moves for Nemo right now?
Um, I think Nemo could play b takes a4. Very simple, very pragmatic. You give me a pawn, I
Yeah.
take it. She could play a6, also very solid move. But the drawback of a6 is you're creating a weakness on b5, because after a takes b5, a takes b5, for instance, a takes b5, a takes b5. Now white has something to chew on. That's the first thing. But anyways, white will have something to chew on, because after just b takes a, Now a4 and a7 are definitely weaknesses for white to attack.
Mm-hmm.
So she's probably debating between which kind of weaknesses she wants to settle for. Um, and that's why queen c7 was a mistake, because white can play a4, which is a very good move found by Dina.
Exactly, yeah, totally agree. Yeah. And it was also exactly the right time to develop. Yeah, to really develop the pieces. Good.
Mm-hmm. Do you see
I
other
think it
moves?
might also see a6. Yeah.
Yes. Do you see other possibilities rather than a6 or b takes a4?
Um, Initially not. I did see that the engine recommended g5.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it's a crazy move.
Yeah, I would not. I would not at all play g5. That would not have been my choice.
No one would play g5. I think it's a. And I don't understand this move. Also, it invites knight g3, knight f5, like there is a fork, so knight g3 would come with a tempo. You just open up squares next to your king. I think the idea of g5 is to go for g4 and threaten knight g4, which would be strong. But
Hmm.
I really doubt that Nemo would play g5. I doubt it. It's not in the mood of her last moves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, g5 just it seems crazy to me. Like yeah, is it crazy?
Yeah, it's very crazy, but I love that in chess every idea is there is no bad idea. You just can go for anything as long as you think it works, and g5 works here
Exactly.
probably.
Yeah, and the engine tends to give these crazy lines that we as humans would never find or not consider. Um, so yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, maybe Nemo plays g5, but I wouldn't find it very likely.
Yes, I really doubt she would play that. Her
Yeah,
last moves have been kind of retreating, consolidating moves. So now she's taking a deep thinking. She's right, because you know that when pawn breaks are on the table, like right now, it's a very critical moment, since it's going to determine the pawn structure for the next 10-20 moves, and the pawns are not going back, unlike pieces. So it's a good move for Nemo to take a good thinking now.
exactly. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. So one chatter says that they think Nemo should not be spending time here right now. So mixed opinions whether Nemo should or should not be taking time here. They
Okay.
suggested going for a simple a6.
Okay.
Um, yeah, how do you feel about it?
Honestly, if I was playing black, I would probably play b takes a4. B takes
Okay.
a4. I don't. Or maybe a6 actually also good, but maybe not ask myself too many questions. B takes a4 and say, okay, maybe I'm gonna lose that pawn eventually, but maybe I will. Oh, they played very quick, both.
Oh,
Um,
they
and b
blitzed
takes
out the
a4,
moves.
let you
And she
work.
did take. Okay.
Yes, let you work on how to. So it was written as a mistake. It's not a mistake. Bishop a3. Just the engine didn't calculate thoroughly. But bishop
Mhm.
a3 is the best move.
Yeah.
And that was Dina's plan. Just give up a pawn, but you play with your bishop. And I like what Nemo played, because at least you take the pawn and you just ask, okay, you gave me a pawn, I will maybe make you work for it to get it back. Maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. and Nemo playing rook e6 here, which gives a slight advantage to Dina. So engine doesn't
Yes.
like this too much,
Oh,
but
knight
it's
f4.
not clear how to punish this. I feel like.
It's not so obvious, but knight f4 is a very forcing move. It's forking the knight and the rook. You always have to look for
Exactly.
forcing moves, and that's one of them. And that would um, be like a good move forward. Black is not obliged to take. She could slide, I don't know, slide the rook maybe to the b6 square, but or actually maybe not. It's a good forcing move actually, because knight f4. I was thinking rook b6, but maybe you have takes, and maybe here exactly you can trade the two rooks for the queen, and here it's a bit complex, but maybe white is better with the queen. Why? Because look, black is lacking some coordination. All of his pieces are scattered, and it's not easy. So actually it's a
Mhm.
great continuation for Dina. I wonder if she will find it. Knight f4
Yeah,
would
me
be
too.
great with the forced
Yeah.
continuation that uh, um, black rook cannot go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's very
Exactly. Yeah.
exciting.
Knight f4 looks like a great move and not at all difficult to find. I think it's
Wow, it's very forced
quite
because
a
after knight f4,
yeah.
you're taking no matter what on d5, and then you're opening the f7 square. You have the two rooks versus queen exchange to calculate. You also have to see if you want this exchange as white or it's something you don't want. But here I think
Mm-hmm.
you want it. Why? Because the black rooks would not be coordinated, and the queen could infiltrate the black's position. I wonder if Dina will find it. I think she can find it. It's
I
very
think so
exciting.
too. Yeah, I think so too. It sounds like a pretty good plan and um, not too difficult to find, I'd say.
Yeah, not too difficult. I'm not sure I would find it in my own game.
Yeah, I think
But
I
you're
wouldn't
right.
find it.
No, but you're right. It's quite forcing. Like if we look at the line, it's very forcing. Knight f4, the rook cannot defend the knight. The rook moves, you take the knight, and then there is all these trades going on.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
The only thing that white might be scared of is after all of these trades, we didn't finish the line, but maybe let's say knight f4, rook b6, uh, takes, takes, rook f7, check, queen takes, king takes, rook queen f2, I don't know, king g8 or king g7. The only thing is you have still the knight hitting on the weaknesses, but here uh, um, white is better because probably the black king is too weak and you don't care about losing just one pawn.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you need
Exactly.
to be
Yeah.
careful is your king not being checkmated or not losing this bishop with tempo. So you need a little bit more calculation to make sure everything is okay, but it would be a great continuation for Dina.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Do we see maybe some other moves for Dina besides knight to
Yes, I
f4?
think she's actively calculating it because she's focused,
Yeah.
taking some time, so she's probably looking for this move. Other moves, maybe bishop a2, improving your bishop, hitting on the c4 square that is currently only guarded by the queen, and she found knight f4. Nice.
Oh, this is exciting.
All
That is
right,
really nice.
very good find by Dina. Knight a4, super forcing. I didn't mention, but actually uh, I forgot to say it, but of course black is not obliged to move the rook. Black could simply take. We didn't look at this variation, what it would imply, but
Exactly.
white would be happy to get rid of the knight on d5 for now, and be able to put a rook on f4, attack the e4 square, put
Mm-hmm.
some pressure, so that would be a good improvement for white's position.
Exactly, yeah. Someone in the chat is asking how many moves until time control. We're on the 31st move, so nine more moves until they get half an hour extra.
Exactly. So I said earlier, maybe we'll see slow moves before the time control, maybe no fight, maybe. I think Nemo wanted to settle for that, but Dina said no, we are going to
Yeah.
fight before, and the fight is happening now. Wow, it's going to be exciting. Maybe we'll enter a blitz just before the additional time.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I think now that Dina got a chance to consolidate her position, she's really going for it. She's really taking her chance right now.
Yes, yes. Knight f4 is a very good move. Now all the lines are in white's favor. Why? Look, let's compare the position here, which was honestly, or even here, very hard to play for white. White is breathing, struggling to breathe with his two bishops, with her two bishops on the first rank, and compare it now to everything is breathing. The bishops are breathing, the rooks are active, and
Oh,
Nemo answered with
this just happened.
yes,
Queen
Queen a5.
a5.
Queen a5. Nemo comes back, puts some pressure on c3. I feel like it's a good move, practically, but apparently it doesn't work uh, for black. Why? Probably because knight takes d5 almost forces black to take with the queen, I guess. Otherwise, there would be a very scary check on f7 if you take back with the knight.
Yeah.
But why the queen here is not a good spot? Um, it's it's not immediately clear, but white can just improve her position with rook f4 and with the same
Mm-hmm.
plan. I guess
Exactly. Yeah.
because the queen took the spot of the knight. I guess that's why. It's still a good continuation for white.
Yeah, I agree. And this is quite promising because we're getting close to the time control. So if Dina can hold on to this advantage, she has quite some time
Mm-hmm.
to find all the right moves.
Yes. Okay, so just looking bishop before, I don't think that would be something to consider because probably knight takes, pawn takes. Okay, the queen is attacked, but the a4 pawn now is a passer, so maybe it could be dangerous, maybe. And also you don't want to exchange that bishop, which is currently very, very, very strong.
Yeah.
That's not probably not on the table. But knight takes d5. Dina is probably calculating what happens if knight takes d5. Do I really have something with the check on f7 with the rook? What happens after king g8 or king h8?
Mm-hmm.
What's the
Exactly. Yeah.
continuation? Because my c3 pawn is attacked. If I move the bishop to b2, there is a3. If I move the bishop to b4, as we said, we lose our good bishop. The c3 pawn is not easy to defend. So even though it looks like white is playing for an advantage, practically I feel like it's not so obvious.
Mm. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Yeah, it's not easy to to evaluate this as better for white. I feel like um, it's not easy at all.
Yes. All right. So what do you think Dina will do in the next move? What is she up to?
Yeah, yeah. I was looking a little bit. I do like 95 a lot, but I think it's always good to look up more moves.
Mm-hmm.
Um, maybe a simple bishop a2.
Yeah, bishop a2
Makes
to
sense.
counterattack the pawn on c4 is on the table. It's a
Yeah.
complex follow-up, but it's very interesting actually. Bishop a2 would be very interesting. It's very much in the idea of you don't care to lose a pawn, you want to open things up. So Dina is happy to exchange pawns, and she
Yeah.
just played knight takes d5, which is like the best
All right.
continuation.
That is very, very good.
Okay, just as a matter of fact, knight takes d5 is a mistake, a huge mistake, because of the rook infiltrating the 7th rank. You
Mm-hmm.
usually
Yeah.
don't want to do that. And actually, it would be almost a checkmate, because then there is a forced continuation with the bishop on a3. So almost checkmate or strong, very strong attack. So I doubt that Nemo will allow that,
Mm-hmm.
especially
Exactly.
with her. Yes, she just played the queen takes d5.
Yeah, and maybe right now I mean, rook f4 could be a move here, or maybe bishop c5. I think the bishop looks very good on c5. It's kind of an outpost,
Yeah, I
but
love Dina's position now.
and she goes for queen e1.
Okay,
Maybe
queen
she
e1.
wants to put a rook on f4 and then try to get the queen into g3.
Exactly, you're perfectly right, Phoebe. I love Dina's play. Wow, it's crazy how the position changed. It was so tough, and now she's again with the buffet of moves. She can play anything she wants. She has a lot of possibilities to put pressure on Nemo.
Exactly. Yeah. Now it's the tides have turned. Now it's Dina who is putting the pressure on the position.
Mm-hmm.
So very exciting.
Yeah, crazy how the position turned. Now she could even play bishop a2, putting a little bit of pressure on c4. Look now, Nemo, who took all the space, kind of the backlash. Now all of her pawns are weak. It's very
Mm-hmm.
hard, even in an end game. Dina is playing for a win.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very interesting to see that sometimes these overextended pawns can be super strong, like we saw earlier, like restricting all of Dina's pieces. But now they're rather weaknesses.
Exactly, yes. Exactly, yes. So yes, I love to use the words related to cooking, as you mentioned, the buffet of moves. I don't know if it's a thing, but it will be an expression I will probably reuse. Dina is cooking up
Yeah,
something for Nemo.
I do like it. It's very fitting.
All right, I'm excited to see. I would not be surprised, to be honest, for the game to end before move 40. Now that Dina uh, has a very good position, because be, be careful, like that knight is pinned. If you move it, you're gonna uh, lose very, very early. Like Nemo's position is tough now. It's not easy to
Exactly.
play for Nemo.
Yeah, exactly.
Her
Yeah.
rooks that were actively playing and had a good open file, now they're just looking into a pawn. They're useless. So, uh, wow, the wind changed direction very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. How can Nemo improve her position? Um, it's difficult. I see the engine recommends rook a6. Um, yeah, I don't understand why. Um, putting the rook behind the a4 pawn maybe. That's so if the bishop moves at some point, go for a3, maybe something like this.
Yeah, there are many possible moves. I think Dina with queen e1, she's intending to go with the queen on the king side, maybe rook f4 and queen g3, queen h4. I like how Dina doesn't play right away queen f4, rook f4, but she's like, okay, anyways, I'm going to have to play queen e1 to move it to maybe h4. Uh, so it's going to take the same amount of moves, but I'm staying more flexible by playing the queen first. So maybe you don't. It's a bit more mysterious, right? She can deploy it here, go back there. It's very flexible. So I like how the order of moves she's playing it.
Exactly, yeah, I agree. Oh, we see a move by Nemo. Just waiting for it to come on the board.
Yes, and she played rook b6. Very
Rook
logical move.
b6.
Playing her useless rook on the e file on a more active square. Dina doesn't hesitate. Rook f4 without hesitation.
And she has this plan, which I really like. Rook f4, and I'm probably getting the queen to g3. So she has a plan. That's really
Wow,
awesome.
h4 or even h4. Look at the pressure she's going to put on the knight. And remember, the knight is kind of pinned because if it ever moves, wow, Dina is going to have deadly checks and deadly checkmate plans on the f file. And with the queen, wow, it could be devastating. I would not be surprised if the game would be taking a very quick turn here.
Agreed, yeah. I think will be very exciting very, very soon. They're also very close to time control. So, yeah, this will be the time to see mistakes and for Nemo to have a comeback. But once we make time control, I think, yeah, Dina has plenty of time to
Exactly.
find the right moves.
It's going to be very exciting. Both players now have 10 minutes plus 30 seconds. They still have 6 moves to play before reaching the additional time. And Dina is going for a strong attack. Queen h4 is coming. The knight is going to be attacked 3 times. Right now it's defended twice. So Nemo either plays a defensive move to defend the knight now, or she's going to have to play it next move. So either she goes a bit on the defensive posture, or she waits for Dina to go with queen h4. But I think queen h4, the only thing to calculate is g5, of course. I don't know if it's possible, like actually queen h4.
Yeah, I was just looking at ways Nemo can defend this.
But I think queen h4, g5, maybe you have queen g3, which pins the pawn to the king. So for instance,
exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Queen h4, g5, queen g3. And yeah, Dina still is just provoked another weakness around the king and is probably going to play for h4 next move or something like that. But would be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. The top engine move is g5. As a defensive move, I reckon, but it's, yeah, I feel it's very weakening to the king too.
Yeah, but it's very interesting. It's definitely to prevent queen h4. You don't want the queen to come in. It's a good defensive move, but hard to play, as you said, because it weakens the king. You never know when it weakens or it's defensive. It's very hard to find the right balance. But here it's kind of a necessary move, but still the position will be very hard to hold for Nemo.
Agreed, yeah.
All right, I think the next 20 minutes we have, not even maybe with the increment 20 minutes, are going to be very exciting.
I think so too, yeah, I think so too, definitely. I think in the meantime, I might quickly have a toilet break.
Sure.
Now we're back in 2 minutes.
It's better to have it now than
happens.
Nemo is going to play. She's hesitating. Better to have it now than in 10 minutes, the bathroom break, I think.
Exactly, yeah. I'll be back soon, and don't miss too many exciting things. Oh, but I do see a move, so I leave after we saw this move that Nemo just played.
Okay, I think Nemo played knight h5. Wow, I
Okay,
didn't
knight
even
h5.
think about it.
Okay,
I didn't even think about it. And Dina doesn't hesitate. Rook f8. I
rook
think,
f8, best move. That's incredible.
yes, she's going for an attack on the king. The rook is protected by the bishop and the rook. So if Nemo takes, it would invite a rook on f8. Then Dina maybe plays queen f2 and goes for an attack on the black king, which is a bit weak.
Exactly, wow, this is, and Dina just played rook f8 instantly. That is amazing. So she really took some time, and she really has a great plan now.
Yeah. All right.
And Nemo takes the rook, I think.
You're entirely right. Yes, she took the rook. So I don't expect much hesitation from Dina. I don't. Maybe actually she's considering to take with the bishop.
I think bishop makes a lot of sense, right? Because it comes with check, and
oh, actually,
the
that's
bishop is
the
quite
only
active.
move, right? To keep the advantage. I didn't even think about it.
And
You're
she
right.
takes with the bishop.
Yes.
That's exciting.
Okay, great. I think there was probably an issue taking with the yes, there was probably an issue taking with the rook, because the bishop could be attacked and then the rook would be hanging, probably something tactical. So that's why she took with the bishop. King g8 almost forced. There was king h8, but not a very good idea to go in the corner, because bishop h6 and rook f8 would be a threatening mate. All right.
Exactly. Yeah, this is very exciting.
Dina has a very strong attack before the additional time. I wonder if we'll reach it.
Yeah, 3 more moves to go, so I think we will reach it, but it will be difficult for Nemo to I think to create counterplay.
All right, Dina played bishop e7. I think she's very simply threatening rook f8. Sure, the computer doesn't love it, but it's still a very good move. She's still in the driver's seat here, threatening rook takes rook f8 check, and some nasty stuff on the dark squares.
Yeah, exactly. It is still Dina still has the advantage. The bishop looks very active. So it's still okay, I would say.
It's going to be tough for Nemo to defend before the additional time.
I think I might now quickly take,
Yeah,
take my toilet
it's a
break.
good time. It's a
I
good.
couldn't leave. It was so exciting, and I couldn't leave. So now is my time to leave.
All right.
All right, I'll be back soon.
Sure. All right, so let's see how Nemo answers bishop e7, it's not easy to counter the threat. I think you can't avoid the check on f8, but she does it in a ingenious way of attacking the bishop. And now rook f8 comes with complication because your bishop would be hanging after rook f8. Your b also the bishop on e7 would be hanging. So actually it's a clever move, trying to prevent Dina from the check, because after king g7 both bishops would be hanging and there is no way for white to defend both. So rook f8 check would be a mistake or even a blunder. All right. So now the question is how Dina makes progress here. Not so easy. Maybe just retreat your bishop to a3, and that's definitely a good move. Because on e7 I feel like it's a bit exposed to attacks by the rook and the queen. I think her idea was to prevent the knight to come back to f6 and maybe threaten as well g4. I think that was the threat. I mean, the knight could still go back to g7, but just restrict the knight. I think now Dina needs to maybe settle for a4. I don't like so much bishop b4 because the bishop could be attacked with a5 with tempo. So I think bishop a3 is definitely a move Dina could play. And also with queen b7 she still keeps protecting this pawn. I like the prospect of bishop a3, maybe bishop a2, or just simple bishop c2, so there would not be any infiltration on the b file. Probably what Dina is calculating is what happens after bishop a3 and rook b3. That's a little bit annoying, I must say. Maybe just go with bishop c5. The bishop is stable and you're probably gonna play bishop c2 next. So actually maybe bishop c5 first instead of bishop a3 is a more stable square for the bishop.
All right.
All right,
Hello,
welcome
hello.
back, Phoebe.
Well, what did I miss?
Okay, so Nemo defended with queen b7. I think you left just before, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, so queen b7 is a very clever move, putting pressure on both bishops. Dina cannot play anything she wants, and rook f8 is prevented because rook f8 would be a blunder. After the king moves, both bishops would be hanging and she would not be able to defend both at the same time, so it's a good way to prevent rook f8.
Exactly. Yeah. So how does Dina defend this?
I think a good way is just to say, okay, I played bishop e7. It's not the most stable square for the my dark square bishop. I'm just going to put it back on a more stable square like bishop c5 and or bishop a3, and that's what she does. That's a very good move. So now she frees up a little bit more her position, and I would not be surprised for her to play the light square bishop next to also relieve some pressure black is putting on the b file, maybe with bishop c2, and then going again on the attack with queen f2, queen h4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sounds good. And we're also at move 38 right now, so only 2 more moves for time control, which we'll definitely see. They both have enough time to get these 2 moves in.
Yes, I'm like Nemo defended very well. She played a very nice continuation to fight back Dina and putting some a bit pressure back on Dina. I think it's very good moves found by Nemo.
Yeah, it's very resourceful and definitely not making it easy for Dina.
Exactly, she's not making it easy. Both players now are under 5 minutes. They should reach easily the 40th move and get some time.
Definitely, yeah. And yeah, then I think we're going into an endgame.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Very exciting, yeah. So the move here recommended is rook f6, offering a rook trade for Nemo.
Yes.
I'm not sure if she'll do this. I could see her wanting to keep the rook on.
Yeah, rook f6 is a hard move, I guess. I would be uh, a little bit scared maybe after bishop c2 and queen f2. Okay, she goes for knight f6, which is a mistake. Okay, not
Hey, why is
obvious
this a
why.
mistake?
But I think it's a very logical move. Her knight was on the edge, not doing anything. She's putting it back on in the game. Maybe looking at knight d5. Dina, without hesitation, bishop c2. She's going for the plan I just said, putting away her bishops from any pressure. Now look at these bishops. They are fully controlling all the infiltration squares. I mean, this one is also guarded by the pawn, but now the queen and the rook are not doing anything on the b file any soon.
Exactly.
So now Dina can go back to her initial plan of going on the dark squares with her very nice bishop and putting pressure with queen f2, queen g3, queen h4, any flavor she wants.
Yeah, and Dina setting also up queen h4 maybe. Queen looks very active there, which looks very nice, attacking the knight twice, and this pawn on e4 twice. So looks good. I think Nemo has to play king g7 to defend this.
Yes, she's again going to be under pressure. Just the same knight that was pinned. Actually, because bishop c2 was threatening again to go with rook f8 check, because now the bishop was not hanging at the end of the line. So Dina is putting some pressure, and now the same knight that was pinned before is going to be pinned again after queen f2. She's going to put pressure on this f8 square. It's very tough to defend as black, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Dina is putting a lot of pressure on, so it's difficult.
And now we are entering a little bit low time. Nemo is under 3 minutes.
Yeah, but I think after this move they made time control, right?
You're right, actually.
Fine.
You're entirely right. I missed it, but after this move, Nemo will gain another 30 minutes, so she can take her time, actually.
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. I was thinking maybe for Dina, there's bishop b4 too, just to close off the open b file. How do you think about this?
Sorry, I missed it. How do I think about?
Bishop b4, maybe for Dina.
Bishop b4, I like it. My only um, restriction is a5 comes with tempo and you have to move the bishop anyways. But I think bishop a3 is well placed to avoid anything coming on b2, which could be very annoying.
Exactly. Yeah, and Nemo just played king g7. So defending against queen h4, what we were threatening. So
exactly. I think she's preemptively defending her knights. So queen f2 doesn't come with tempo. It's a good move, I think.
I think so too.
Queen h4.
And Dina plays queen h4 anyway, which is very good move too. Yeah.
Okay, so Nemo has to play another move. Sorry, it was not the last move. She had to play one last move before reaching. Yeah, it was the 39th move. Dina is up to 34. She just gained 30 minutes because she just played the move 40 without hesitation, putting pressure on the knight. So now both the king and the rook cannot move. They are restricted. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Very tough
And this
position.
should, yeah, it's quite tough. It should give Dina some maybe peace of mind that she now has 30 extra minutes to think of the best moves. It will be difficult for Nemo, definitely, to defend all of this.
Precisely, yes. It will be, she's putting, I think she played it on purpose to play very quickly. It's very clever by Dina to play. She had 4 minutes. She could have taken her time. What's the best between queen f2, queen g3, queen h4? But she played it immediately. Why? Just to say to Nemo, okay, you have one more move to reach move 40, but I'm going to put pressure on you. So I don't care. I'm just playing queen h4. You will have to calculate or to find a move just to reach the additional time control. It's very, very clever.
Exactly, yeah.
It's definitely the Russian school of chess. That's definitely Russian school of chess move.
Yeah, exactly.
Psychological warfare. I love it. I love it. It's a very good move.
So let's maybe look at some moves for Nemo. How can she maybe perhaps improve her position or create some chances? There are also not many pieces.
Nemo is under 10 seconds. Wow, she plays a move with 5 seconds left.
That was very, very close.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay,
no,
rook
she
e6.
didn't fail, but
oh,
she had 6
cutting it
seconds
very
left.
Close.
She played with 6 seconds left, I think. All right, so Nemo.
Is this pawn on a4? Is this a free pawn for us to take?
On a4, definitely yes. I think Dina can go. Yeah, she has again the buffet of moves. She can play a lot of moves. She can be very materialistic, but bishop a4 comes with a lot of complications. I don't think she will go for that. Why? Because then rook a6 skewers both bishops. It's only a matter of tactics on how you manage to get away with it. Maybe Dina will go for it, but she can also play for more simple, no calculation, bishop c5. You just improve your position and threaten to take on a4 with bishop c2, and no complication here. There is no tactics, no skewer. So it would be a good patient move.
Yeah, I like your plan a lot, because the bishop does look very good on c5, and after maybe if we go first with bishop takes a4, there might be maybe rook a6 attacking kind of these bishops, so it might be complicated. So just moving the bishop to a better square Sounds much better.
Here, the computer says, even just bishop b4, you lose a piece, but you know what? You're still winning. Actually, here, uh, it's kind of makes sense. Like the queen just is invited. So actually, if you think about it, Nemo is really not threatening ever to take anything on the a file. So you should not be scared and could grab the pawn immediately. But honestly, um, uh, I would play in my game bishop takes a4 because I know I'm a bit impatient and I often lose games like that. But if you want to be more patient, more careful, you can just play bishop c5, threaten to take on a4, and black still has to find a move to defend the pawn on a4.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, I like this position. Dina has a lot of good options.
All right. Now things settled a bit. They both gained an additional 30 minutes. So I feel like they are taking more of their time to think now, and Dina is looking maybe for a forced continuation to win or to get something concrete. Maybe turn her peace activity advantage into material advantage. I mean, it's not material advantage. She would just get back the pawn that she lost, but uh, maybe get back to equal material.
Yeah, exactly.
Or she could still go for a good improving move like queen f4, threaten maybe at some point infiltration on c7, maybe bishop c5, good improving move. There are many moves for white. She has so many choices.
Yeah, and I did look at it a bit more, and taking the pawn on a4, it looks maybe a bit scary because of rook a6, but we just have queen g5, so if the rook takes on a4, we take the knight and we check, and that saves our other bishop on a3. So I think this is very much a free pawn on a4.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely right. Black will never be able to take anything on the a file because the knight is hanging and black is not in a position to do any tactics. Only white is. So
Exactly.
white shouldn't be worried about taking the pawn on a4. And actually, I take back what I said. I would not be so surprised if Dina manages to safely calculate it and say, okay, I'm just going to take the pawn on a4 and there is no risk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this if you first look at it, it might be a bit scary, but I think Dina is very good
But
in
the
her
only thing is,
calculations, so
we
she'll
didn't
definitely see
mention,
it.
because we said every time rook a6, but there is also queen a6. We didn't mention what happens after queen a6. The queen didn't have any
True.
defending roles, and that's probably more tricky. The computer indicates many moves, but to me it's not so obvious. But of course, black's position is in a shambles, so probably white is winning, and there are many ways to infiltrate, many tactics. You're really never afraid to lose a piece. But practically, it gets into complication. I'm not sure you want to do that. There
Yeah.
is also d5 after queen a6.
Yeah, I was looking at d5 too after queen a6.
Trying to move the rook away from the 6 file. So again, the same idea. If the rook moves, I don't know, here, the queen cannot take because there would be a queen takes, for instance. So and actually the rook has a hard time to keep up on the 6th rank. There is bishop c5. it gets very tactical, but maybe Dina would go for this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. I think she's calculating some lines. Probably she's looking at bishop takes a4. I'm sure of it. And what happens after bishop takes a4, queen a6? Probably she's looking at it. But it's
Yeah, I
definitely
agree.
taking a risk, a small risk.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm very curious. She can definitely afford to take a lot of time here, which is very, very reassuring. So I'm very curious what she's going to decide on.
All right. What other moves could she look at? I think we said bishop c5, good improving move, no tactics for the
Mhm.
next move, getting out of any tactics. Um, there are many possible moves. What else? Maybe rook f4, maybe, but no, it's a little bit weird because of knight d5 comes with tempo.
Yeah.
Um, what else? Maybe queen f4, kind of preventing knight d5 because there is queen f7 check. Um, that looks very deadly. I wonder if it's not even a forced checkmate, so it kind of pins the knight. I think queen
Yeah.
f4 is a good move.
Yeah, I like it too. Very active.
Looking for some more pressure on the f file. I think it's very
Mm-hmm.
logical. You don't care about that pawn, at least not now. You have an attack, you go for it. And Nemo's light square bishop here is not doing anything, not defending, not attacking, so white has time.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think it's also great that the rook is preventing from the bishop to do anything defensive. For example, bishop f5 could be a good idea to close
Mm-hmm.
the file, defend. I mean, you always need to calculate g4, but it could be a move. And here, the rook on e6 is a bit hiding the bishop from reaching f5.
Yeah, I think this is why rook to e6 wasn't so liked by Stockfish, because it just blocks the bishop.
Yeah.
To
Right. It was definitely not the engine recommendation, but Nemo was under a lot of pressure, and Dina goes for g4. I was about to
oh
say
right,
it. I was about to say g4 is also a possible move, but it's very aggressive. It's
very aggressive.
aggressive, and
I like that.
you like it. I
I
don't know.
like aggressive games.
It weakens the king. I'm a bit like I think there is no necessity of it. Like she has so many options, but it's still a very good move. uh, I like how Dina defended for 10 15 moves, and now she's going all in. I love it.
Yeah, it's very much. I feel like it's very much like Dina to just grab the chance with both hands and just to go all in.
Yes, I love it. I only wonder what's the idea of g4. I think it's to forever forbid the bishop to go to f5, but I doubt it's to push it to g5, right? Because you would give the knight a good square maybe, and also you would
Yeah,
block the queen's diagonal, which I don't think you want. um, so it's probably to restrict the knight, restrict the bishop, maybe go back with queen f2, and after that threaten g5. Probably that's the plan, I think.
Yeah, that sounds really good. I think right away G5 might be a bit early indeed. So yeah, I like your plan.
Yes. And I guess h5 is never really an option. Not now because of course there is the queen, but if h5 there is g5 and the knight doesn't have the square. And now Dina just plays queen f2 and um, has a great attack on the f file. So h5 is never an
Mhm.
option for black.
Yeah,
Actually, h6 is the move of the engine, trying to defend,
I saw. Yeah, H6.
trying to prevent g5. Not now, it's but later on. But it's a hard move to play h6. I would not play it because I'm not sure what happens on g5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was
g5.
thinking to H6, G5.
What happens?
Um,
Probably h takes g. Okay.
and
Okay.
then
It's complicated, but apparently it's in black's favor. This continuation, probably because white's king is weak, and
that makes a lot of sense.
you
Yeah.
have some squares maybe available for the knight. The pawn is hanging after the rook moves. So that's why g4 can be very double-edged. Um, yes, I played it recently in a game and I lost in. That's also probably
Oh
why
no.
I'm saying it. It's this kind of moves. You always say, I know I shouldn't play it, but you have some positions you're like, I have to go for it. And she went for it,
So
but
tempting. So tempting.
it's
Yeah,
so
I always have
tempting
when I
sometimes.
have to. Yeah, sometimes when I play G4, I'm like telling myself, it's now or never. It's now or never. You have to be aggressive.
Exactly, yeah.
And then I just lose because I was too aggressive.
Exactly. But you know what? Sometimes you have to live with maybe no regrets. At least you lost, but you don't have regrets. Maybe you would have lost anyways, but you wouldn't have played g4. So
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you
And it
have to
makes
have
for fun positions.
exactly you have to have some games with g4, even though you lose or win them. If you win them, they're brilliant. If you lose them, you just tried.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. That's a very good mindset. Yes. So, what other moves do we
All right, what
maybe
other
see for
moves?
Nemo?
What other moves? I see. So h6, but very hard to find because after g5, not easy to understand that actually it's fine for black. I would not
Yeah.
um, find it. I think it's very hard. What else? Bishop d7, very logical, simple move, defending your a4 pawn, which is hanging,
Mhm.
which has been hanging for the whole time.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Um, and other than that, just slow improving move. There is also queen c7. Makes sense because your queen is not doing anything anymore on this file. It's never going to infiltrate. The two bishops are super well guarding the infiltration squares, but at least you're preventing, um, you're guarding more, a bit more the dark squares, um, and maybe queen g3 at some point because Dina just played g4. So it
Hmm.
would also restrict white moves.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Those sounds like very decent moves. I also really like Bishop d7 for Nemo just to defend the a4 pawn. I'm not sure if it might be too low, but it makes a lot of sense.
Completely agree. I think it's the most practical move. She's only probably calculating what happens after g5. Does white threaten anything right now? Um, so probably I don't know if she will play bishop d7 to just defend the pawn. I think she might be too worried about the prospects of like the pawn advancing and the queen and the rook attacking on the f5. So she
Mm-hmm.
play might play a retreating move with the queen, like queen c7, queen d7. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I would not be surprised to see a queen retreating move, trying to add more defenses around her king.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. With the queen, yeah, it would be nice for Nemo if the queen would be a bit closer to the action. Um, and yeah, h6. Yeah, I'm not sure if we will see h6. It would make sense if you should be scared of g5, but I don't think Nemo has to be scared of g5.
Yeah, right. I don't think it's so scary g5. I think she will understand it because there is a knight h5 probably, but after queen f2 she needs to be. I mean, queen f2. It gets complicated, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's still complicated. Let's say, I don't know, like a random move a6, g5, knight h5, queen f2, looking for checkmate actually. Rook e8. Here, can you sack the queen? It looks like no. I don't understand
All
why.
right. Nemo made a move,
Yeah,
queen d5.
queen d5. Okay, so
And this is, yeah, this is +6 for Dina. So
wow.
this was kind of a big inaccuracy by Nemo.
Yeah. So as we said, we expected maybe a queen consolidating, helping, bringing some defenses near her king. It's kind of doing this queen d5. Very human move. But there is a very strong continuation for Dina. Bishop e7, it's really
Yeah,
hard to
bishop
find.
e7.
It's hard to find, I feel like.
Yeah, and how do you not lose material? Does Nemo have to give up some
Bishop
material here?
e7, what happens after queen c6? Trying to defend everything. Ah, bishop a4, distracting the queen from the defense. Nice.
Oh wow.
And the queen, if she wants to keep contact, let's say like this, g5. Okay, it's still a little bit complicated. I feel like okay, but there is now the knight is pinned. If the knight ever moves, there is a rook f7. No, rook f7. Oh wow, it's still a little bit complicated. I guess it's a checkmate with this kind of pattern. Yes, it's actually a checkmate. Complicated. We went a bit far, but it's a complex follow up. I'm not sure Dina will find bishop e7. What do you think?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she finds it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you evaluate the position and look at how other pieces are placed, I think it's quite easy to find that the knight on f6 is difficult to defend, definitely after the queen moved.
You're right. You're right. I think
So
she
she could
can
find
find it.
this.
It's a very forcing move, as we said, just like she found knight f4 earlier. Um, Bishop e7 is a forcing move. Your knight is kind of pinned. Bad things will happen if you move your knight. You're attacking the knight. There is only the queen which can defend, and there is only one move to defend it, which is queen c6. There is no other moves, I think. So actually, you're right. It's definitely a move Dina could be looking into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very forcing. I mean, not easy to find either, but I think it's not impossible to find, and I think Dina could definitely find a move like this.
Yeah, definitely, because there is the tactics bishop a4, distracting the queen from the defense of the knight, and here it's not only an exchange of piece. It's the queen is away from the defense of the king, and there are three attacking pieces versus only half. the rook is not even fully defending, so probably a very strong attack for white.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
white could play for this follow-up. Dina could definitely find it.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm very curious. Very curious. It's very exciting. And just looking at maybe other possible moves, because Bishop E7 is yeah the best move right now. But I'm just looking if there are other moves that might be also just helping our position, maybe helping Dina's attack. I'm wondering if he can still just take the pawn on A4 if Dina doesn't go for Bishop E7.
If she can take it now, you mean?
Yeah, it's less. Yeah, it's less good.
Yeah, but it's still very
There's
good. It's still
G5.
winning for white. I guess the road will be a bit longer, but
Yeah, it's still winning.
still very good
Still
for
winning,
white.
yeah.
Still very good for white. Queen d5 is a bit weird, I must say. I mean, not weird. It's a good move, practical move, but also you're taking away the square from the knight, so everything is not going well for black's position, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult for Nemo.
Yeah.
I think Dina might take some time here.
You're right, and actually she is about to play a move. She plays
She
g5.
missed
Interesting.
G5,
I
alright.
think she played g5, right?
I think so too. It
We
really
should
looks like
see
it.
it anytime soon. g5, which is also a great move, right? We said she wouldn't play it right away, but she's chasing the knight. It's very logical. The queen just take the knight square, just took the knight square, so it's a good time to do it. My only worry is g5 is going to be a pawn that's a little bit weak, and she's going to have to look at
Exactly.
it. So she cannot play maybe queen f2 immediately. Maybe,
Mhm.
maybe,
I
maybe
was
she
thinking
can.
the same.
Maybe she could,
Yeah.
because after queen f2, maybe queen takes g5, g5, king h2. Your king is kind of safe, and then she would have maybe checkmating threats on the f file. So maybe she could still go for that, but it's a little bit complicated things. But it's still a very awesome, good move.
Yeah, I think so too. And Nemo has to, like, Nemo kind of has to play knight h5 here, because otherwise the queen might get into h6. I feel that would be, that would be a mate soon.
Yeah,
So knight h5, kind of forced.
knight h5, you're saying is forced. Yes, probably there are not many good squares for the knight. It's a tough, very tough choice. Ah, you're right. The knight cannot go anywhere. There is a checkmate threat.
Yeah, it's a
You're right.
checkmate.
So actually, she's
So only
forcing.
move.
You're right. Knight h5. So probably Dina calculated something on it. There is bishop d1, which is a nice continuation. Um, the knight simply doesn't have any squares. You're gonna win a pawn no matter what. The only thing you need to be careful is a little bit of counterplay for black. After moving the rook, the pawn will be hanging the queen. But actually, if you look well at it, there is nothing to worry. But that's a nice continuation found by Dina.
Yeah, I agree. Really nice after knight h5, bishop d1. It just feels really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's nice. I like how she's playing forcing moves. There is not much choice here. Either you lose the knight or you put it to h5. It's quite There is no much choice unless you want to lose the knight, but then it becomes a little bit easier to convert, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. And I think Nemo just played knight h5.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, which was the only move really.
Yes. All right. So now the question is how Dina is going to continue. Go for a very maybe more materialistic approach. Bishop takes a4, bishop d1. Um, Probably bishop takes a4 is not on the table anymore. Um,
No, I think
but
bishop d1
yeah,
is
bishop
a
d1 makes
very good
sense.
move.
Also, to not even take the knight, maybe to go just bishop g4. And that would also lead to a forcing sequence since there is only rook e8 to protect the bishop. So there is also something to calculate um, after this.
Ah. So bishop g4, that sounds very interesting.
Yeah, and you're not in a hurry to take the knight. Actually, you can take it anytime you want because it doesn't have any squares, so it's not going anywhere. So bishop d1, probably Nemo would move the rook, I don't know, maybe to e8 or something. But bishop h5 is very strong. Bishop takes h5, takes, queen takes, and the position is very tough. Dina is threatening queen h6, check, and actually checkmate. Following because there is the rook coming, and the queen f8 would be checkmate then. So
Yeah,
wow,
it
that
looks
would be very strong
very good.
threats. If Nemo just plays h6, or even the rook is hanging, I didn't even pay attention, but yeah, even queen h6 wins. All right, let's see how Nemo how Dina continues
Yeah.
the moves.
Yeah, I think bishop d1 just really falls in line with Dina's plan, I feel like, with her plan with g5, and sounds like a very logical continuation.
Yeah, this game is amazing. I love how it started. I love the middle game, how it was things turned around quickly. Dina was at the great position. Now then Nemo played fantastically and closed the position. And Dina held it, found great resources with f4, f5. Even though the computer didn't like it, I think it was very practical and very good
Yeah,
to fight back and
agreed.
start to ask Nemo questions. Nemo didn't react well with remember f takes g instead of h takes g, and that's it. That was enough for Dina to find good counterplay with a4. Then it's crazy.
Yeah, it was such a roller coaster, this game, and yeah, this really, I'm really impressed by Dina's play. It was very practical, and yeah, she really created chances for herself. So it was
Yeah,
really amazing to
I
see.
loved how she managed to resist the pressure when she was lacking a lot of space. It's not easy. Many players would play maybe very committal move or start to lose everything, and she managed to resist. And then when she had the opportunity to fight back, she just grabbed it.
Exactly, yeah. And now the position is just great. So really paid off. Really paid off.
All right. Um, what else besides bishop d1 could Dina think of? Bishop d1 is quite typical, I guess, in many games where the knight ends up stranded on the edge and there is no escape. You just threaten to damage pawn structure for black. But what
Yeah.
other moves can you think of, Phoebe?
So I was also looking at maybe bishop f8 check, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I think our bishop is quite good on a3, so I don't think this check is gonna help us at all.
Yeah, bishop f8 is also good. I kind of like it. I like it because you would put the black's king maybe on the bad square. If you put it on, if she goes king h8, she would be in. She just retreats the bishop and would be threatening mate. And if you play king g8, let's just visualize it. King g8, you just retreat, and still you would be threatening some checks that could be scary. Here the engine says it's not so scary, but as a human I would not like it. So I like your move, bishop f8. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and afterwards we still have this bishop d1 continuation, maybe.
Yeah, bishop d1. What else? Maybe bishop c5, just improving move. Attacking
Yeah, I was
another
thinking that
pawn.
too.
And getting also getting out of, you know, the bishop takes a4 and the skewer on the a file. So bishop c5 is always a good continuation, because you want to put your bishop on a more stable square and actually threaten to take on a4. That's why it's also a very strong candidate move, but I doubt given Dina's last move that she will play bishop c5. I think all of her attention are on the king side and she wants to continue to pound on Nemo's position.
Agreed, yes, agreed.
After g5, I would be surprised to see bishop c5.
Yeah, no, I agree. But she's taking some time though, so we might not see bishop d1. Oh, yeah,
Bishop
but we did.
d1, yeah.
We did see bishop d1. That is
Very
very
good.
nice.
Very good. So I just saw someone in the chat saying, no trading bishop for horse here, but actually here it's fine to trade your bishop. It was not doing much behind the pawn chain, and you're guaranteed to get a pawn here. There is no way for Dina to defend the knight on h5. So Dina is guaranteed to get a pawn and also to damage the pawn structure of black's king. So that's why here it's very good.
Exactly. Yeah. Nemo has to give up the pawn, so there's no way around it.
Dina is playing an amazing attacking game in the last 10-15 moves. It's really great.
Yeah, she really turned it around.
Yeah, it's crazy how she turned it around. I must say, I'm amazed.
Yeah, me too. So maybe some moves for Nemo. I mean, it's just very difficult for Nemo to find any counterplay. I think the pieces are just a bit frozen. The knight can't move. The bishop is stuck behind the rook. She could move the rook to b6, trying to get to this open b file, and then it also frees up the bishop. But I don't think it will be enough.
Yep. I think now it's hard for Nemo to play. She definitely has a huge defensive task ahead. She's not going to put pressure anytime soon on White's position. She's gonna have to defend, and it's going to be tough. I think it's a lost position unless Dina blunders anything. I think White is doing pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. And definitely, I mean, their time is getting a bit low again. I was about to say they have plenty of time. Dina has plenty of time to figure it out, how to convert this. But she only has 13 minutes, so she's getting a bit lower on time too.
You're completely right. They are both almost under the 15 minutes time. Nemo is still at 17 minutes, Dina 13. But it's going to be intense. The end is going to be intense. I think they will both go low on time before we see the end of the game. Because
Agreed.
Nemo is...
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
yeah, Nemo is very good at defending, I must say. She's not going down without a fight, for sure.
No, exactly. Yeah.
It's tough, but she's not resigning. She's not giving up. She's still fighting. I mean,
Yeah, I really
all the
like that.
players at this tournament are like fighters, so I would not expect anyone to resign in such a position.
Exactly. Yeah, it's always, I mean, you don't have anything to lose by playing on and keep on fighting. So definitely also recommend everyone to, if material is equal or close to equal, never resign.
Yeah,
Always
completely agree.
something can happen.
Well on point. All right. Nemo is thinking, how does she continue? Because she doesn't have a choice. She's gonna lose the knight on h5. Probably Dina is gonna take on next move. I wouldn't expect her to play bishop g4, but maybe that's a move because the knight is not going anywhere. But I think it will only help Nemos to play bishop g4. She will gain the tempo to replace the rook somewhere else, and then probably Dina is going to take on h5 probably. Or maybe, you know what, she could play for exchanging the bishops and play with this bishop against this knight, which right now doesn't have any squares, but I would be a little bit surprised. I think the most practical approach is just to cash in and just grab on h5.
Yeah, I agree. It's a free pawn. I think we should take the free pawn.
Yeah, you would definitely play that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
who wouldn't? I would also play it without hesitation.
And it comes with a big attack. It opens up a lot of lines.
Yes.
So it's not just free pawn. It's really opens up a lot for us, I think. But yeah, definitely difficult for Nemo to come up with any moves. She's a bit stuck, I feel.
Yep. You know what? I'm wondering, even after bishop takes, let's say, I don't know, a6 random move, bishop takes, pawn takes, I wonder if exactly you don't even take the pawn. You just don't care. The knight was a key defender of the dark squares, so maybe you don't even grab the pawn. You just play queen f4 and black is left with no moves. The queen is threatening deadly stuff here.
Exactly.
And it's already a checkmate. You know why? Because black is already has to sack the queen. I mean, it's not a real queen sack, but you have to give up a full rook. So it's already completely lost position after queen f4 actually, because black has no way to prevent queen infiltrating to f8, f7. There are like threats, checkmating threats everywhere. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, I agree. It's very tricky. And Nemo played bishop to d7.
Okay,
so I think Dina should snatch the knight off the board and go for the free pawn in the attack.
Yeah, exactly. Dina could just play queen takes, queen f4, bishop takes, bishop takes h5, queen f4, and that's it. The game ends. Black is in too much trouble. She cannot avoid both the checks on f7 and f8. I think the game could end in a few moves.
I think so too. I think we're maybe getting to the end soon.
And I would not be surprised, Dina, not to take the pawn on h5 after bishop takes and g takes h5,
Mm-hmm.
because we have seen that she has been able to understand. I mean, she's a great player, but she understands that she doesn't care about pawns. This pawn on a4, she never recovered it. She doesn't care about it. So I would not be surprised for her to play bishop takes, pawn takes, and queen f4, just going for the attack.
I agree. Yeah. I was very quick to saying, yeah,
And
should
it's
get
funny,
that extra pawn.
look
But
at Nemo. She ends up with both isolated points on A and H file. It's funny. Dina never recovered them, but the pawns are like looking a bit silly, just like that, sitting alone. And but Dina got a strong attack. I think it's a nice game.
I really think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
Let's see how Dina continues. I would not be surprised for her to take on h5. She's probably calculating queen f4 and then see if there is a forced checkmate or an attack that will end the game.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's +7, which is completely winning advantage. Oh, and she doesn't. She goes for a check on
bishop
f8.
f8.
Also fine. That's also completely good.
Okay, bishop f8. King h8 is a little bit weird. I don't expect Nemo to play that because after the bishop moves, but she played king g8, right? Because after the problem after king h8, bishop a3, Dina would have another threat of. I mean, it's not exactly checkmate, but it's a bit weird to put the king in the corner. So Nemo doesn't hesitate and plays king g8. And now again, the big threat, the biggest threat in the position is for Dinas to take on h5 and get rid of that knight. Especially now that the knight would be able to maybe retreat to g7 and defend maybe with knight f5. That would be a good comeback from Nemo, I think.
Yeah, because Dina again doesn't go for the trade on
but
h5.
It's very good
I
also.
why
She's threatening checkmate in one. It's a very good
True.
move.
Yeah.
I think it's.
I was wondering why she didn't go for the threatening checkmate in one. It's a very good reason to not go for taking the knight on h5.
Yeah, that's a very good continuation. I think it's pretty much the same. She just improved her bishop, taking more control over the dark squares, but doesn't stop her plan of bishop takes and queen f4. And she will still be threatening checkmate because after rook takes and rook takes, it would still be checkmate. So probably going for that. I don't see how black defends after this queen f4. You're threatening checkmate here. The queen cannot defend that square. Here she cannot. I don't see how black defends queen f8 checkmate. Black has to give up material here, just the same as we saw before. The best move of the engine is bishop f5, and you have to give up a full piece, and I'm sure Dina will easily convert that, or Nemo will simply resign in this position, down a piece. So let's see if Dina is able to find bishop takes h5, queen f4. That will end the game pretty soon.
Exactly. Yeah. That went quite quickly there in a few moves. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the main, I mean, it's not the main turning point, but eventually we saw that Nemo gave her dark square bishop early with bishop takes c3. And what
Mm-hmm.
why she ends up losing basically because her dark squares are weak around the king. So again, we see how tricky it is to play these kind of positions when you don't have the bishoper. It can really go bad in the end game if you're not careful and you weaken your dark squares.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think Nemo was just a tad too slow with her attack, which gave Dina some time. Oh, and we see
Nemo
some moves
just
happening. They're playing fast.
played. I think, yeah, she went for the bishop exchange. Let's see if she goes for queen f4. That will end up the game right away. Mate threat unstoppable. Queen f4 is a game ending move. There is
Oh, I
no
really
way
like Queen
to
F4. Maybe
stop the
also
threat.
G6 could be something to look at.
Yeah, g6, I didn't even consider it, but you're right. What can Nemo plays after g6? I don't understand the threat. It's still a little bit complicated. I guess it's better, but queen e6. I'm not sure what's the threat and what's the continuation here.
So I think after G6, black cannot take because of Queen F6.
You're entirely right.
Threatening
The
mate.
goal is to open the path. Yeah, the same idea, but with f6, which is a bit more advanced than f4. That's probably why queen e6 to prevent the queen from reaching f6. But there is rook f6, infiltrating with the rook. But here I feel like, you know, it gets a little bit more complicated for white to convert. It's still very winning, but you need to calculate things like that.
Exactly.
And you see, you know, like, okay, there is a checkmate in 3 after g7, but maybe a bit more complicated. And she plays queen f2, which is exactly the same as I know there is a small difference. Now black can defend with this, right? I know there is also queen f7. Okay, so it's pretty much the same. I think Nemo will resign very soon.
This looks crushing. Yeah.
You see the top engine move is bishop f5 or queen f5, giving up a full bishop, a full piece. So there is no way to stop both threats of queen f7 and queen f8. So I think that's pretty much the end for Nemo here.
I think so too. Yeah, she has to give material to stop mate, and yeah, once she gives up a whole piece, it's super difficult to come back in the game.
I wonder why Dina went queen f2 and not queen f4, which pretty much does the same job. But I wonder if she had a reason to go for queen f2 and not queen f4.
That's a good question.
Maybe it's a bit more fancy because you're letting, you know, queen d6, trying to defend the mate here, but actually you're going for another mate. Maybe that's why. I don't know. But that's very, very cool. Good retreating move.
Yeah, it's still winning. But yeah, queen f2 is more accurate, but queen f4 I think also just would have worked perfectly fine.
Yeah, definitely it's pretty much the same. Queen f2 or queen f4 seals the deal. I don't see any move for black to defend. I would expect Nemo to resign here or play down a piece or play a move I haven't seen. I didn't see.
Yeah, maybe she'll play down a piece. I could see this too.
Maybe she would. I didn't hear what you said.
That I think she might play down a piece, but she might also resign if she has to give a piece. I think it can go both ways.
Yep, I don't see a move for black. maybe she will play down a piece. Honestly, I have no clue if she would do that. I would be surprised, but maybe.
Yeah, I would also be surprised.
I think we can also see in Dina's body language. She feels much more relaxed. She knows she's got it. She's still focusing, but she pretty much knows that the game is almost wrapped up.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Nemo taking some time. But I think she will give a
Yeah.
piece. There's no way to prevent mate otherwise.
Yeah. I think she will look for a few more minutes, maybe a move, but um, probably has to come to a decision here. Either you play down a piece or you resign. Um, or find a move that I haven't thought of, but I don't see. There is no way to, because usually maybe you could push that pawn to get a little space,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe there are like some ways to get away from the checks. But even that pawn, and that's probably why Dina played this continuation, because there is no little tricks of h6. You need to calculate further. But here the bishop on h6 is a monster, and uh, Nemo has no way to escape.
Yeah, exactly. And the only way is to block with a piece on the F file. I think that's the only way of defending this. And she can only block it with the bishop or the queen.
Yes, I think Nemo is unfortunately not finding any defensive moves. She played great, honestly. Wow, it was what a
She
fight.
did play very good. Yeah.
Um, but I would be surprised if she continued the game from here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they both played super strong, and Nemo was better in the middle game
Yeah,
at some points.
she was putting a
And
lot of
then,
pressure on Dina.
yeah, yeah, it has been a really exciting game from both sides.
What do you know? What are the updates with the other games? I haven't been following. I know that another player is also with 3 points and a half. Um, I don't remember the standings. I think Jennifer, right, is with 3 points and a half. I don't know about Anna. Um,
I think Alexandra won from Andrea.
okay, and I
I think I
think
saw
they
someone
signed
in the
the
chat say.
they signed the sheet. Yeah,
Oh, did
yeah.
Nemo resign?
They shook hands and
She
Nemo
resigned?
resigned. Yeah, just as expected.
Yeah, makes sense. Playing a piece down is difficult.
Yeah,
So GG is well done by Dina and also by
yeah.
Nemo. Nemo played
They both
really
played a
good
brilliant
too.
game. As expected,
Yeah, from both sides.
Nemo resigned. You can feel that Dina is relieved. Nemo doesn't look so happy, which is understandable.
Yeah,
And
understandable.
Dina is very happy. She expressed
Yeah, she's
she
smiling.
expressed it on camera with the Russian School of Chess methods. Congrats to Dina. She really played well. She had a very good game, very good opening, a little bit tough middle game, but she held
Mhm.
on and managed to win the game.
Exactly, yeah. She fought very hard for this win. So yeah, she put up a really, really incredible fight.
Yeah. All right. I think she cut her camera. Should we end
Yeah.
the stream, or how do you?
So she might still come on the
Okay.
call to maybe discuss our game a little bit. Not sure though. We'll have to maybe wait for a little bit. Oh, I think that yeah, there she is. Hi.
Hello.
Hey Dina, great
Hey,
game.
Great.
Congrats.
good job.
Hi,
How are you
congrats
guys?
Dina. How
Thank
are
you.
you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. I didn't know what mood my opponent was, so I decided to give her space. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
your was a very roller coasting game. It went to all sides. Like Nemo was better at some points, and then you in the end took the win home. So it was a very exciting game.
Yeah.
Oh wait, so you're saying black was better? I'm curious where because I didn't think so.
Yeah, black was
Maybe
slightly
Olivier can put
better.
it on the board.
Um, when black played e4 and c4, black was actually slightly better.
E4 and C4 black is better in that position? Wow.
Yeah, slightly. I guess it's because you're lacking a little bit of space, and it was a bit hard to breathe with the bishops, I guess.
Yeah, I thought like my plan. I thought black didn't have any center, so long term I just like destroy everything, like F3 and that's it.
You deserve this after the slaughter that you just committed. You now get to wear the beheaded anagram.
Wait, why are you
Congratulations.
comparing Anna Kramling with the win with the
Because that was the game you
champion?
should have won, but now you got this one.
Okay, now fair, you saved yourself. Yeah.
Dina's in here.
Yeah. Well, nice to see you, Olivier. How did it go for you? Thanks for
Great.
joining last minute.
Yeah, it was amazing. I loved enjoyed. Phoebe is a great co-host. It went very well.
Phoebe, is that true? Are you a great co-host?
Well, Olivier is a very, very great co-host too, so it was very nice to commentate together.
Okay, apparently people here compare a win to Anna Kramling, which I disagree, but that's okay. You should have recorded that. Yeah, so hello both as live. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. No, today was a super important game, but I felt like I really like how I played. I think it's definitely the best game in the tournament, like by far. It's the best quality for sure. But maybe I don't know, maybe I blundered something. But that idea that I like in the end, the winning idea, I actually prepared it. Like I saw that like the only way of defending from the mate would have been to put the bishop on f5, so I wanted to trade on h5 so that bishop cannot come to f5.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a really nice attack.
But also, I noticed, but like in general, knowing Nemo's style and also her games here, she doesn't feel comfortable in close positions. Like yesterday with Alex, she threw it because she was trying to win. It was completely like closed and in general her style. So
That's
I
why
really
you.
I was really glad with the old opening outcome because I felt like it was like my type, like it was a position that would be hard for her to play, and I tried to play on both sides here and there, creating weaknesses. And yeah, no.
It
Oh
paid
yeah,
off.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch
yeah.
the game, but I feel like it was my best so far.
It was a
Yeah, it
great
was
game.
you played really well. Your attack was really nice and was really difficult for Nemo to defend, we felt like.
Nice. Oh God. Yeah, guys, Russian School of Chess. Those of you who don't know, I have online learning community where I teach people how to play real chess, not like chess for idiots, but real chess. Put pieces in the right squares and good things happen. So anyone who is interested, using the opportunity that we have a raid, don't hesitate to join my Russian School of Chess.
Sounds
Yes.
amazing.
What do you want, guys? Is there something I can tell you?
We need to interview you, but I don't know if it should be on stream.
You don't okay, they don't want stream. So tomorrow is the rest day, which is like amaze me because I can finally rest and and then after I think I'm playing Jennifer. So that's gonna be another big game.
Yeah.
And I really need to kind of
Rest.
yeah, I'm gonna prepare. Sure. So it's good. I'm glad. It's like going into the rest day with the win is like the best thing that can happen in a chess tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
That
great.
sounds really great. Very exciting
Yeah.
also for Monday. Exciting matchup.
Andrea's giving me all things that didn't work for her. That's true. That's true. She's trying to jinx me. I don't know, guys, if you were looking at YouTube chat.
Yeah, we had all the chats open in Restream.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. So, yeah, I hope everybody behaved.
Yeah, for
Pretty
sure.
much.
Yes.
And Phoebe, how was your technology?
Actually, really good. I didn't have any problems at all. It was really nice of Olivier to produce the stream. But I didn't have any problems at all, so I'm very happy with that. So I think producing a stream for me also wouldn't have been a problem.
Cool.
That's great. Good to hear. Oh, thank you so much, Aladdin, for 1,000 bits for another win. Yes. Here we go. Oh God, man, I am so proud of myself today. Baby
You
vampire.
should
It was
be.
an
You
amazing
should be.
game.
You should
Also,
be.
like
Very
I
good.
felt like I really had to win against Nemo because literally that's like that's kind of like classical chess is my territory. Like Nemo hates classical chess. She like she doesn't play. She hasn't played for 3 years, and she's like super strong and blitz and bullet. The bullet, she's like the legend. So I felt like if I don't win classical, then it's gonna be like an embarrassment because it's literally the only discipline where I can do better than her.
And you proved it today.
Yeah, you
So
did prove
yeah,
it very much today.
that was important. Thank you, DMA Talks, for the prime. Appreciate it. And baby, oh, I said that already. All right. So I don't know if you guys have any questions, but if you do not, then we shall proceed to the interview.
Yeah, you should go to the interview. It sounds very important.
Sure.
What are you looking at, Alex Suits? How did you beat your sister? Did you hear that?
She blundered?
She says she feels nothing at all.
Oh.
Andrea, Andrea, how do you feel about your performance so far?
Out of sight, out of mind. I'm not into this.
Okay.
Sounds positive.
Andrea, are you stopping the tournament? All right. Well, she seems to be not in the worst mood. That's why I'm asking. Yeah.
Wow. Dina doesn't like the party.
Is it also on the live stream?
Yes. I'm control. Told you. I don't know. Dina scares me, Andrea.
You still have to play. After I clear Jennifer. All right, guys. Let's head over. Sure. Let's head over to if Nemo is still there, we can raid Nemo.
All right,
Let me
sounds
check.
good.
Check if she is still. Internet in this room sucks. Not so that's straightforward. So yeah, I think Nemo is still live. So she's probably doing a recap, or like a interview. So we can rate Nemo. Just
All right,
if
sounds good.
someone can confirm that she's live. Oh, Bidu, thank you so much for 1,000 bits. GG Nemo, what a nice fight. Nothing is loading. Why is it not loading? Is she alive? Can someone tell in chat?
Yeah, she is still live. People just said she's still live, so we can send a raid.
She's still okay. All right, we're gonna rate her. All right, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate you
Thanks,
joining,
it was
especially in
really
last minute.
fun.
Once again, sorry for the time change. It wasn't my it wasn't on me. It wasn't my decision, but it worked out. So yeah, I think it worked in my favor. It definitely worked in my favor. Yeah. Sorry, just
No
got in,
worries.
but what happened with the Botas match? It's just a chat. Andrea won.
Dina.
All right, guys, believe in you.
All right, thanks. It was fun, really fun, and the game was good.
All right, guys, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Dina.
All right.
All right. I will start a raid on my channel to Nemo. Maybe the mods could start a raid on Dina's channel. You can also start a raid on your channel, Olivia, if you would want to. Then we can all rate Nemo.
Okay, sure, I will do so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Good for you.
All right. All right, then I will send over my raids, and on Dina's channel they can send over. We can send all the raids, and then we can end the stream.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Perfect.
Thanks everyone for being here today.
Thanks.
And supporting Dina. That's amazing. Bye.
Goodbye. See you.